Welcome to today's session of viewer levels. We already have one submission in the queue from Glitch 9700, very punctual as always. But before we get to that, just make sure all systems are up and running. We're going to do something very unwise and choose as our warm-up level a Zelda dungeon that has a 4-minute and 30-second world record. We'll see how long it actually takes. If it turns out to be some giant mega epic, we'll drop it part way and return to it later. Shishuro is a Korean maker who recently came to my attention and has made a whole bunch of Zelda dungeons actually, so I thought it might be interesting to pull one up from April 2020, before the 3.0 patch came out, in fact. So let's see how that goes. Welcome everybody else who is submitting already, like Dark Coup Patrol and Noah Max. And Glitch, yes, I did beat Boomerang Bonanza. It took a while. There was one thing on Bird Dog's puzzle room where I spotted the solution really early, and it still took me about half an hour to actually pull it off because I was distracted by trying other things. But we did get everything eventually, and Glitch, I thought that the boss room you put in was actually kind of a nice little dessert sequence after doing everything else there. I mean, it's got to be that. That's okay. Everything here looks fine so far. No way to continue activating the on-off switches. And welcome, Meng. Well, got to Triforce already. That's the end of that Zelda dungeon. Let's go. But no, it's going to be an airship with bombs in it. Don't know what that's going to be useful for, but I don't need to escort a bomb anywhere, I don't think, because I have my own bombs that I can use whenever I wish. Yeah, big non-linear layout in this one, though, which is nice to see. Actually something of a rarity in the context of Maker 2 sometimes. And yeah, Glitch, I did see that it was quite similar to one of the last bosses in Gunhead, with the spike ball deflection that was going on. Of course, with the boomerang as the central interaction this time around. So yeah, really enjoyed that a lot. I noticed that there were still very few clears on it. Can I just come down? Yeah. Don't know if there's any particular reason why I might want to play with that. Let's just continue. I don't know. Oh yeah, here's the platform. King Brock, welcome. Looking forward to your submission as well. Let's see how we can progress over here. Probably. I think I can potentially jump over the bombs and make it all the way up, but seems like a difficult sequence if that is in fact intended. Whoops. Male 64 and Christicism. Welcome. And yeah, glad you enjoy my name. I should figure yours out properly as well. Christicism. I'm reading it as Christicism, but you can correct me as necessary. So yeah, do let me know if everything is functioning well on the stream. We always begin with a level for my own selection just to make sure things are up and running. And this is a Zelda dungeon from over a year ago by Shishuro, who is a Korean maker. B-Minutes, welcome. You're on Sonnet 80. Okay, well done. And yeah, B-Minutes, I was actually just thinking about the fact that you had managed to get your own Metroid marathon in before Metroid Dread comes out, because I was poking around in a Zero Mission off-stream this week for the first time in many years. I don't think I'll be able to run everything before Metroid Dread, though. Partly because Samus Returns, for the second time, has broken my 3DS. back when I originally played Samus Returns in 2017, it broke my control pad. And I had to super glue the circle pad back on. And it was quite secure for the rest of the game that time around, but then I decided to play Samus Returns again this time, and my 3DS lasted about half an hour. Criticism. Oh, criticism. Yes, of course it is. Yeah. There we go. That's what happens when your chat box is a really small font. Yeah, I don't know why I was reading an extra S in there. That's just a bit of a mistake for me right there, but glad we got that sorted out. And yeah, B-Minutes, back when I played Samus Returns, this is something I've talked about before, but back when I played Samus Returns, I actually really felt like the game would have been really good for the Wii U, in fact. Because you had all these dual-screen ideas there, but also this very stick-intensive playstyle. Seemed like it could have used some kind of stick control. I wonder if I just missed a spot where I was supposed to go with the spiny head. We might need to ride this back and try again. But yeah, there's quite a lot that I'm excited about when it comes to Dread. And criticism, this was the last level you ever made? Okay. Yeah, no worries about sending old content. If I haven't played it, I haven't played it. And a lot of my own content in this game is also extremely front-loaded in terms of when I made it. I definitely slowed down quite a bit in my own right. King Brock, how does someone unintentionally break a 3DS without raging? Well, just by rubbing the stick back and forth quite a bit, actually. And yeah, criticism, that's always nice to know, that you don't have to compete for some kind of land grab with anybody else. I can't say that for myself, unfortunately. It took a while to wait for certain handles to free up on various services. Sometimes, I mean, just by coincidence. And there we go. Same with some things that I use my real name for that have nothing to do with video games on the internet. Just in terms of making sure that I claim the right user handles everywhere, without having to add too many numbers or underscores or anything like that. 8 minutes, you might be expelling a student. I love how the emote you chose for that is so excited at that prospect. I feel like I do have to jump on top of a bomb, but that my opportunity to do so is going to come with the platform coming up. Because I just don't see what else I can hit here. Rocky Wrench over there. Yeah. Nope. Because it looked like the way to progress forward was to use an on-off switch. But I didn't see where an on-off switch would be located. That would take me down to the bottom right of this layout. Okay. Tricky. Might be missing something. But I didn't see anything I could progress through with the spiny head up top. Ah, there we go. That's totally not the answer. Okay, let's rethink that. I wonder if that coin on the right side is useful. Oh, there's a door on the left that I think I never took, did I? Unless... yeah, I think I just missed a door on the left side, okay. There was a mantra on the left side I neglected as well. Let's see. Yeah, thank you for that, Donkey Man. Oh, the mantra, yep. There we go. I definitely need some kind of blind emote, I think, next time I have an emote slot free up. I didn't even try to pipe, did I? Ah, just a muncher, okay. Here we go. Smiley hat. Damage boost. And drop this thing, probably. And let all of that sort itself out. Criticism, you graduated high school this year, so you think you're free. But just wait until you see what's coming. Depending on what you plan to do next, of course. Okay, now let's head over here. I guess we can go through. I mean, I can check to see if there's a place to replace the Master Sword. But no, this just loads you in. Let's continue. SDGML, welcome. Dino Delivery Dash. Made for Belago, I see. Who is another very friendly streamer. Not really surprised, of course, that SDGML would also be making a Dino level. Okay. Probably should have taken that earlier. No, we can do that. We can do that just fine. And lose the sword, okay. We can have a quick replacement here. Criticism, you had to take a gap semester for personal reasons, better than having to take it for pandemic reasons, I guess. But yeah, there's no particular hurry. Okay, we're just gonna shoot Boom Boom in the face for a while. I don't know what that accomplishes looking at this room. But I guess we take the key back out with us, because if I go down there, that looks... well, I mean, I can come back out this way, so... it's not the biggest deal. Yeah, criticism, I don't know if that's statistically true, but if it is, I don't think that really is going to be a useful data point when it comes to individual performance. Like, on a populational scale, there are just too many other factors in play in terms of what people are doing with their year. But it's kind of true that people enter post-secondary education with totally different levels of experience and maturity, depending on how they spent their adolescence. I mean, if you think about it, like, you have people who are entering post-secondary as retired Olympic athletes or something, who have already had a lifetime of very hard work and international travel behind them, just as a sort of extreme edge case. But we want that key off Boom Boom. SDGML is going to skip the queue. I guess SDGML is going to be first up today. I will make sure I remember that. Like I said, because the queue is getting so thick already, I might not necessarily finish this level in one go if I have timeouts or anything. It is a bit of a longer one for a starter warm-up. And yeah, I switched disciplines a few times when I was in post-secondary. But, no, there is nothing down there. We know that now. We want to activate the bomb on top of the on-off switch. That's going to require firing an arrow. Really hitting it in midair. Or, oh, no, that's fine. That is fine. That works. And, B minutes, you want me to change character, but... well, I mean, I guess you can't really tell which character I am at the moment. Can you? How did that not activate? It was within range. Okay, let's do this again. There we go. Should be. Let's see. No, it's not. Okay. There we are. That worked out fine. B-Minutes, I start most streams as Mario. But, I mean, if you want to switch that, you're welcome to. Or I'll just not cash that in. And you can have your points back. Okay, neat little fight over here. Let's take this up. I love the way the clown car is dispensed at the end of it. This is a nice little finish as well. Avert your eyes, Mang. Let's not accidentally jump out of the clown car here. Or, for that matter, get locked on the left side. That seems to be a distinct risk. Whoops. Seems totally possible to lock yourself on the left. Just give me one moment here. Be right back. Moment. And yeah, B-Minutes, yesterday on the stream we were having a bit of a discussion about the Mario voice casting, and I was saying that it seems likely that it's going to be sort of an excessively talkative film. And, I mean, that's just in the nature of what the sort of current market is like for a lot of mainstream blockbuster animation in the current Hollywood market, which I find to be a little unfortunate because, you know, there's so much to visual literacy in animation that you only really truly pick up by watching content that is much less dialogue heavy. And you would think that the Nintendo characters would be an ideal property to be exploring that kind of thing, but at the same time, you could see why a studio wouldn't be taking any chances with that. In a way that, you know, the last time that, and in fact the first time that Miyamoto had kind of worked in collaboration with filmmakers was in making the Pikmin short films, which were of course silent. And I thought they worked out very well. Like, I thought that was a really neat thing for him to be involved in, but that's one of the things that sort of gave Miyamoto the filmmaking buzz in a way, was working with the Pikmin shorts. Ah, here we go. Now, why did we do that whole circuit? Oh, because I wanted to go to the right over to the vine. Yes. Let's do that. And then do we want to go down here? No. Oh, we wanted to head back up. Yes. Let's pay attention here. So yeah, I mean, we'll see how the film goes. In some ways, B-Minutes, I've really been eager to, at some point, return to the 1993 Super Mario Bros. Film, because I feel like there are probably things about it that would be artistically interesting to look at that would not really have gone appreciated at the time when it was this very notorious bomb. What am I even doing here? Hang on. Sorry, I need to pay attention to this whole circuit. I went around. I saw this. Oh, you need to stomp on this to raise the spring. Yep. Okay. Wasn't paying attention to the seesaw. There we go. And here we go. And yeah, as I was just saying in yesterday's stream, one of the very few filmmakers who was sort of working in commercial cartoon animation who sort of really understood how to make pure visual storytelling work for a young and popular audience would have been when Tartakovsky worked on Samurai Jack, and even so, when he was working on other projects like Star Wars and other feature film projects after the fact, you saw some compromises there in terms of how much latitude he was given to be doing largely silent or choreographic storytelling. Although I'm not really up to speed with Tartakovsky's feature films. I haven't quite caught up to them in recent years. B-Minutes, am I a Bayonetta fan? Yeah, I enjoyed the Bayonetta games a lot. In general, I mean, I've been following games from Kamiya and the whole former Clover studio that became Platinum Games one day, spun off Capcom. Like, I've been following their output ever since Beautiful Joe. And yeah, most of their games have always been very appealing to me, so I'm very much looking forward to Bayonetta 3. It's kind of funny because their whole style tends to be extremely visually hyperactive and overstimulating, but when you actually play the games, they're very responsive to controlling everything in a very deliberate fashion. We have 12 seconds. Your favorite is still Killer 7. Wow, okay. Good choice. I am going to time out here, but we have mapped out all of the solutions, and so I should be able to do this quickly if I'm paying attention. Let's get a timeout quickly. Yeah, Document, as you can see, my visual attention today is maybe not quite warmed up yet, which is why we're playing this. To start, okay, I probably want... Why am I trapped in here? Oh, because I need to shoot this guy. Yeah, there we go. And that's going to blow things up to lower this blaster and allow me to progress. There we go. Yeah, criticism, I mean, I'm not too keen on stuff like fan edits. But in general, I find that with cinema, I've gradually become less and less concerned about whether something is kind of good in a very tidy way, and more interested in just seeing things that are idiosyncratic or interesting. And oh, we need to do a Muncher Bump first. No, we don't. We need to do that first. And then shoot the POW. Or hit the POW. But yeah, I can see why people do things like fan edits, and obviously there's a lot of work that people put into that, but... I find that, in general, not just with films and not even just with levels, that things that are really interesting but sort of messy around the edges wind up being more memorable than things that are just sort of straightforwardly tidy and appealing. That, I think, is usually just a sign of having been around and consumed too many things for too long. Male64, I have not seen Suicide Squad, or, for that matter, The Suicide Squad, where the definite article was added to the team. But yeah, I'm not caught up on a lot of the DC side of things. Like, I know they finally released something that was at least marketed as the Snyder Cut of Justice League, but other than that, haven't really kept up with things. Yeah, one thing I definitely missed in the pandemic was just going to things like film festivals, animation festivals. I used to do that a lot in the before times when I actually got out of the house from time to time. It's going to be interesting to just get back into cinemas for something or other. Like the new Dune adaptation or the new Bond film. But yeah, I used to catch a lot of pretty interesting international cinema when it was available. We can take the clown car back, we can fly back here, hit this, and proceed. This is a very lengthy layout. Oh, we've got Ganon music. And we've got a bomb location as well as an X. Now, I can't see where my feet are going to go. Okay, that's not too bad. Sure, let's kill him for no particular reason. Okay, before I forget, SDGML did skip the queue. And so let's do that. Also, B-Minutes, I didn't catch whether you had, in fact, decided to change your character request. Anyway, that's a level from Shishiro. Let me just make sure we put in SDGML next. And we'll just proceed from there. King Brock can't wait for Super Brock to come out. Yeah. I assume that's something of your own creation. Now, let me make sure that SDGML's level is correctly in the bot, and I'll mark that as redeemed. Yeah, criticism, despite having a lot of regulars here who have amassed tons and tons of points, probably up to the 6 digits by now, a lot of people are actually quite courteous here about not just spamming skip the queue all the time. Like, people are in fact willing to wait and watch. So, luckily we don't have so many redemptions that it gets in the way of the whole queue, but it's kind of nice to have that available for people who need to make sure they get theirs in, because sometimes I do run a very long queue with long waits. Yeah, criticism, I don't know what Twitch has been doing with messing around with ad policy again lately. They've been doing something to mess around. And as a streamer, they don't always tell me when they do that. And it's one of the very annoying things about Twitch as a service, is that they'll just mess around with their ad serving in a way that irritates a lot of smaller streamers, such as myself. And there isn't a lot of transparency about it. So hopefully it's not too annoying to you folks on the viewer side. And thank you for being so patient with the half hour that I spent on a warm-up level. Because usually we get that out of the way in about 5 minutes. But yeah, hopefully we'll manage to get to everybody who is currently in the queue. And I know I kind of skimmed over a lot of the chat when it came to the film talk just now, but we'll just move on. I'm just looking over the chat quickly before I get into the level to make sure I didn't miss anything really critical. B-Minutes, you were saying some people have theorized that Bayonetta in Bayo 3 is actually her younger self in Bayo 1. Yeah, mostly because of the hairstyle, I think. Although there was something that has not been disclosed yet about why the voice actress was recast. Because the original actress for Bayonetta said something about that recently, but was kind of contractually prevented from expanding on it. Okay, let's go. You and a sus muncher help Yoshi escape the falling sky. Gotta be quick. And, yeah, because Mail64, didn't you tell me that you were I know you were originally in France, but that you're now in Arizona or somewhere where it would be a bit of a hot button issue. Oh, I wasn't paying attention to this at all. We need to shoot fire somewhere. I see that the track on the right must have unloaded the Muncher. Wait, let's take a look at this again quickly. And yeah, given how sensitive immigration is as an issue there, that's not altogether surprising. Alright, so we need to do something about that brick, and so I blew everything up over here. The brick block was Meng's idea. Okay, so got a Muncher down here. Said something about a sus Muncher. I wonder if I was supposed to break through that. Let's go through the pipe if we can. No. Curious. Well, if I'm trapped on the right side of the one-way panel, is there something that I can hit, like, anywhere, really? Like maybe some kind of off-screen target for fire. Dark Coup Patrol, I've had a number of people ask me if I have a background in radio, and the answer is no. But if you can convince NPR or whatever to run a Mario Maker broadcast at some point, I'm totally willing to take that up. Okay, so what can we do? We can jump, we can... Oh, I see. If you're riding Yoshi... Yeah, actually. I approve that idea, in fact. Whoops. Let's reset. I sound a lot like a certain radio host in CBC. SDGML, it's been a long time since I listened to very much on CBC, ever since they cut a lot of the jazz and classical programming on Radio 2. Also because I was out of country for many years. But let me know who in particular. I wonder if it's somebody I would be familiar with. Because I have met a number of CBC hosts before. Or because Canada is this socially tiny country, I'm probably like maybe 1 degree removed from a lot of the people who work in the programming there. 2 degrees removed, I should say. Muncher is going to deliver Yoshi. Let's not get hit by the Muncher. Tom Allen from About Time. Okay. I know who he is. I don't really know who he sounds like. Like, the name is familiar to me, but I don't think I've caught that program. At least not in recent memory. Maybe. Maybe. I might recognize who it is. Okay, so we load the Muncher. We get up here, we reclaim Yoshi from the top of the Muncher, and then we go through the pipe. That's what it is. No, we need to load Yoshi to the left. Okay, I see what's going on. And then we go through the pipe because the Muncher is going to be over top of the track. And yeah, criticism, I was not happy with the change to icicles no longer being global ground, because I actually was very glad that one level I had that used that tech came out just a little before that happened, because... Am I still able to unload Yoshi? Let's watch the Muncher. Should be able to load Yoshi all the way up. Yeah, because I actually absolutely needed the global icicle property for a particular bug fix in one of my early levels. Yeah, okay, so Yoshi gets stuck down there. Let's watch this again. Muncher already fell off. And yeah, criticism, one thing that is a bit of a problem with this game is that, you know, there's so much tech that is left to explore in this level, or in this game rather, which some of the more technically advanced makers absolutely are pushing, but Nintendo is just so aggressive about deleting content with no real transparency or process of appeal that I think that, more than anything, is the biggest threat to the longevity of the game. Because there's so much tech that we could be using in this game if they would let us, right? Okay, it's going to be 2 bounces off the bomb and then onto the platform. And the bomb is going to activate the on-off switch from there. Sorry, my attentiveness is maybe a little bit low today, but relative to how I usually play, but try not to spend too long staring at things. Yeah, and then same idea as before, we need to take that platform down, jump to the platform on the left, jump back up on the mole, and race Yoshi up so we can unload Yoshi from the track in time, just like we did in the first segment. A kid once told you once sounded like a YouTuber that I haven't heard of. Yeah, there have been a few comparisons that I've received repeatedly on this stream when people say that I sound like so-and-so. I've had multiple people say that I sound like the lockpicking lawyer on YouTube, and multiple people saying that I sound like a particular commentator on marble races. Like Marble Olympics or whatever it is. Okay, no. Bomb needs to activate the on-off switch. That's the thing that went wrong. Electrodude, we just got started. Levels are great. Player is maybe not quite on form today, but we'll fix that. Okay. And yeah, man, actually I do agree with that. I do kind of sound like that guy that you just mentioned. There's a faint resemblance. I wonder if we're related. Oh, no. Sorry, couldn't quite see the ceiling there. I guess the coin was indicating that I should go right. Because the ceiling, given my camera position, still looked open there, so I thought it was worth checking. But I see that I should probably trust the coins when it comes to guidance for where to go next. And yeah, let's just go in a bit lower. Down there. And Dark Coup Patrol, yeah, sorry I couldn't make it to yours. I know you put yours in very early today, but I am back tomorrow. If everything goes according to plan, I will be running the viewer level stream again in the same time slot tomorrow. Okay, so Yoshi gets loaded. And then I run over here. I have to watch some of the one-way overlaps carefully here. And then I take Yoshi around somehow. Oh, by doing this, yeah. I think I still need to race to Muncher, don't I? And I did everything here too slowly. This also looks like I just needed to take damage with Yoshi, which is very unusual for SDGML, but whatever makes this work. And I guess I need to reset somehow at this point. Oh no, we can bounce. Or can I? No time to explore, unfortunately. Okay. Now let's get over here. Grab Yoshi immediately. And I guess we do have to race to Muncher. Oh, whoops. There we go. Okay. Feel like I've gone way too slow already. Huh. Don't know what that was about. I guess we needed to jump immediately off that platform to go up further. Okay. Now let's pop this. And Criticism, did I thank you for the follow already? If I didn't, thank you for the follow. And unfortunately, you're not going to receive any lockpicking advice over here unless they involve escape room levels. It's funny because I'm pretty sure I actually have legitimately, like, picked a lock on one of the escape room levels that has a combination lock. Okay, Dizzy Deezy is going to raid with a party of 4. Let's give you a quick shout out before we proceed. Dizzy Deezy playing Levelhead as usual. Hope Levelhead has been going well and that the content there has also been plentiful. Mail64, is Castlevania actually alive? I know they just released the Advanced Collection, but in terms of new content, I have no idea what's going on with Castlevania. Aside from, you know, Konami making more pachinko machines. I didn't realize that Konami was so heavily involved in the sports sector, the sports and health and fitness sector, in fact, in Japan. But that was a big part of their portfolio. You've got a number of Olympic athletes in Japan, in fact, who were permanently employed by Konami. No, we missed the bomb. Went the wrong way. And Dizzy Deezy, stream's been going okay. We're not very far into queue yet. Taking our sweet time as usual, but hoping to get through everybody who is currently in, as we typically do. It might be a bit of a long wait if you're far back, but we usually manage to finish. And yeah, Criticism, no worries about lurking. And Nomical, thank you for the follow. And yeah, I completely expect that when I am running a viewer queue that people farther back in the queue are mostly lurking, or multitasking, or maybe even have multiple submissions going on. Like, I've submitted to enough streams myself that I kind of have a rough idea of how things go. And our queue policies are set up to accommodate that accordingly. Yeah, Mail64, I have to admit my Castlevania knowledge is not actually that deep. I haven't paid attention to the series since the DS games. So I missed out on the whole brief adventure that it had in 3D, which I only really know about because I know that Mercury Steam had worked on the Lords of Shadow games, and of course a lot of the Nintendo side interest in Mercury Steam came entirely from them being brought on for Metroid. And yeah, I'm very optimistic about Metroid Dread. As I said earlier in the stream, I have been breaking my 3DS again to play a bit of Samus Returns, and I've always thought that there were a lot of interesting things going on there that bode well for a game that's not restricted to limitations of either the 3DS or the original Metroid 2 format. We hit that too late. We need to hit it faster. And this is, as you can see, it's a level by SDGML, which makes this an SDGML lock. An SDGM lock. As Supernova also just correctly identified. And yeah, welcome Supernova. But yeah, Mel, as I was saying, I think I haven't played a Castlevania since Dawn of Sorrow. But since Metroid and Castlevania are so entwined in conversation these days, due to all the games that were inspired by both, or really the whole kind of Symphony of the Night branch, which is where the whole Metroidvania term was given some kind of purpose. I think the thing that has always appealed to me a lot more about the Metroid side is that, in general, I'm not too fond of a lot of grinding or level-based mechanics or things that are based on, stat management in games like that. I've always liked the clarity of both Zelda and Metroid in terms of things like item progress being tied to very specific tasks that you do, rather than things that you do repetitively, or repeatedly, I guess. When it comes to stat systems or courtesy systems and like. I mean, there are some games in the format that I really love that do get away with things like a currency system. Hollow Knight is a very good example, but of course, Hollow Knight needs that for its particular Souls-like death system to work, right? Okay. Nearly hit the spikes over there. Shouldn't have jumped off. We did hit the switch in time that time, but I will need to take the death here.
Oh, no.
And Blue Blur, welcome. Okay, here we are. Whoops. Bad idea, we're not going to have time, so just take a death over here. The Supernova, you're saying no new levels, unfortunately. I mean, old ones are perfectly welcome. I know that you sometimes look back at older content with some measure of embarrassment, but I'm sure that those levels are actually very good in their own right. Even if we do expose everything wrong with them. So I don't think I've played 100% of your old stuff yet. I have played a lot of the major boss levels, though, I think. Now let's head on up. Oh, whoops. Now, hopefully I got that switch in time. Did I? No, too late. Have I played Nova's refreshing level? I know that Nova has a troll account and sent me something from the troll account once because he didn't like my dog gang command. Okay, here we go. And yeah, a little bit of reading time, thankfully, I hope. And then up we go. Whoops, miss. Okay, good. Demuntra got loaded. I did see that. So let's stand on it and go. I need to go a little faster there, of course. In general, I should not count on any waiting time in this level at all, once I've activated the initial mechanisms to get things going. Whoops. Here we go. Yeah, oddly enough, I didn't think I knew that Yoshi and brick interaction that the brick exists to demonstrate. You would think that would have come up in some kind of puzzle by now, as a bit of an obscure puzzle interaction, but especially with all of the Yoshi puzzles that we've done on stream before. But for whatever reason, I don't think I'd actually encountered it. Nope, too low. Where's Yoshi getting delivered to? Well, I assume that I'll need to reclaim him at some point. I mean, once you see the early sections, I think the concept becomes fairly clear. Okay, we should ride the Buzzy all the way up. I'll jump here. Yeah, not a lot of visibility down below on my feet, but just enough to get by. Just enough room to react, I think. Especially with some of the coin indications telling you about wall jumps and events. Yeah, when you have those diagonals that are coming up from the left side walls, luckily I can see the top right part of those diagonals indicating wall jumps before I slide all the way down to the bottom. So even if they are just coming into camera view, I can, in fact, anticipate a wall jump that way, if it's at all clear. Like, when I'm going down, I see that top right corner of where that instruction is being delivered. Something about going left. Okay, here it is. Oh, I see. Mushroom down. Grab Yoshi, hit all this, and then race it over. Nope, bad idea, but let's scout. I see a P block there, and I think I'm supposed to jump on top of it and not swallow it, but I'm not totally clear. Thank you for the follow. Okay. Down we go.
Oh no!
And oh yeah, of course you can't swallow it with the red Yoshi SD. That's that should be obvious. I wasn't quite thinking about that because, of course, I had already dismounted at the time and was just thinking about grabbing it or not. Or trying to avoid accidentally grabbing it, which when I'm riding Yoshi will not be a problem. And criticism, yeah, I see what you saw earlier about Dry Mountain Mine. Sorry, sometimes when I look over at the chat and skim it, I do kind of read it non-linearly, rather than top to bottom. Whoops, too early. Now let's get over here. Whoops, too low.
Oh no! Oh no!
And of course, when I'm seeing some of the commands in chat that you folks are punching in, like unreban and re-reban and so on, I'm looking at that and wondering, I wonder if I can anagram that into something that is actually validly playable in Scrabble. Unfortunately, that's distracting me a bit from making the jumps. Whoops. Yeah, I shouldn't jump off the buzz either. I need to stay on so I can ride it up to the maximum height. Or ride it up continuously. Okay, down we go.
Oh no!
Alright, let's continue.
Oh no!
Yukukaza, welcome. And next GM, you might have to leave because the internet has been spotty at work. Yeah, no worries. Like you are aware, I will be back tomorrow. If you don't manage to catch the queue today. Also, if internet stops being spotty later, as you know, I'll
Oh no!
be running for long enough that we might be able to catch you on the other side. And yeah, SD, that's very true. I mean, I've published very few levels in the last year and a half, really. And a lot of it is because I just have a huge pile of ideas in the editor that I haven't gotten around to salvaging. Like, there are a lot of concepts that I just haven't been able to make work yet. Sometimes it takes some time to take a really messy prototype and turn it into something good. Whoops. I was going for the mushroom, but it hadn't dropped on the track yet. I do need to wait for it. And yeah, Nugukaza, looking forward to whatever it is you're sending me for testing today. And yeah, Glitch, you hate having a concept that you want to use but can't. Exactly. Because there are a lot of really neat mechanics you can get out of this game that are really difficult to signal fairly for a player. So they're not really usable for level design necessarily. Or some things, of course, can potentially trip Nintendo's overly aggressive glitch detection. Yeah, level making stream when? I mean, I did do the documentary last week. I don't know, I'm generally not too fond of building with the controller interface. But which is funny, because for the 6YMM level, that was probably the most that I'd ever built with the controller, rather than with the touchscreen. I actually did build most of the Thwomp level. Oh, Yoshi didn't get loaded in time, okay. I actually did build most of the Thwomp level with the controller, which is very unusual for me, but that was just how things went with how I was set up when I was working on it. But I do find it's pretty clunky as a bit of a compromise interface.
Oh no!
The documentary, yeah, let me pull this up. Not exactly a documentary SDJML, but when I ran the week of 6YMM that had my level in it, for the segment for my level, I just went into the editor and talked about the level for over an hour. And pointed out a few things room by room.
Oh no!
And so I did save the VOD for anybody who wants to catch up on that if they're curious. It does give away all the secrets in the level, so if you are a secret hunter who doesn't want spoilers, you would probably want to play it first. And yeah, as Glitch just said, a couple of the other 6YMM makers have done so as well. Rukowski had a segment on his POW puzzle. Paxman had a segment on his Taco Bell level. And Supernova also did a segment on stream that was about Bonehead Bunker in terms of showing off a lot of the behind the scenes of how things were loaded in and put together and all the little things he did to make it work. So, highly recommend all of that content for those interested in seeing what the makers have been up to. Thank you so much for the follow, Ludwig. And yeah, if you have played Supernova's Bonehead Bunker, which was extremely popular, one of the things that was very valuable about getting the editor tour is you can see how elaborately it is laid out just to cram everything into the available real estate that you get in a level. Because that's the kind of thing where the level goes by so quickly, you wouldn't necessarily have much time to pay attention to some of the finer points of the layout like that. Yeah, we need to jump out of there faster. That's not a lot of wiggle room. Ludwig, the cake in Nova's level is close enough to the end that if you decide to just stay there and eat cake indefinitely, you're not missing out on too much other than the clear. Whoops.
Oh no!
And here we go. Yeah, as Supernova was saying about YMM creators showcasing their own levels, among those who actually stream, I think that's mostly the case. Obviously, I don't know if that's true of the Korean makers who also stream, like Jurasu. I think he might have done so, except in Korean.
No!
I'm also not sure if Mr. Electrodude did so when Electrodude played through his week of what was then 5YMM. But he can correct me on that if I'm wrong about it.
Oh no!
Ludwig, you're saying, can you use your Yoshi level idea or FBI open up? And I'm just wondering if you're saying that the FBI is going to investigate you for using the Yoshi idea, or if your level idea actually is FBI open up. You would think the FBI has better stuff to do, but then you actually read the classified reports of FBI investigations, and then you realize that for some of their agents, no, they really don't have anything better to do.
Oh no!
And I say that as somebody who actually has, for various reasons, read declassified FBI files. Never mind why, but they are sometimes pretty interesting when they do become available as public records, you know. Like, there's this one novelist, William T. Vollmann, who, like, he's this very famously long-winded novelist who writes extremely dense and difficult stuff in some ways, but he wrote a piece a little while ago that was about him opening up the FBI file where he was investigated as a potential suspect for the Unabomber. And that was really interesting. I mean, probably a bit of a terrifying experience, but still. Oh no, you need to take that platform down, okay.
Oh no!
No, SD, I'm not reading classified government documents, I'm reading declassified government documents. There's a very important difference there. Unless, of course, things get leaked in real time before they're supposed to be declassified, like with the big WikiLeaks dumps a couple years back. No, I said declassified, I'm pretty sure. Formerly classified. But that's okay, you're welcome to make fan fiction if you want.
Oh no!
A startling number of people that I know in real life have expressed to me their suspicion that I might in fact be a spy, so you're not really introducing me to anything shocking in that respect. I will neither confirm nor deny.
Oh no!
Ludwig, what is everyone's favorite style? That's a good question. I think aesthetically, I mean, there are a lot of themes that you wouldn't necessarily pay much attention to until you see the right level by the right maker that really exploits it to the fullest. I'm quite fond of 3D World Ghost House myself, but my favorite level among my own levels is in 3D World Ghost House, so of course I would say that. Okay, down. And then hopefully we have enough time to hop on up. Can't actually see the Muncher position at this point, so I don't know if I'm just far too slow. I think I'm probably far too slow, because... Ah, yes, there's the door. Okay, I didn't see the door. You have to race the Muncher quite quickly, then. Because you have to overshoot it by a long way to get it under the door in time. And so I'm just stalling a little bit too much, but that's because I was just doing the initial read for a lot of that segment. Yeah, that's one thing that's a bit of a concern. I think that just given camera positioning with how you're jumping around in this level, you don't actually have a good view of whether you are on pace with a Muncher, and so you don't necessarily know if you're on track or if you need to pick up the pace and clean up some jumps for a bit. That's one concern I have with this segment. Because, yeah, the Muncher is just kind of implicitly moving below the whole time, but in a fairly linear track timing, but because it takes a while to see that destination door in the bottom right of this zone, it isn't really obvious how far behind pace you are once you pick up Yoshi at that midpoint. Okay, let's go up. Okay. Now, Mushroom is going to drop. Let's fire with Yoshi right away. Yeah, this is the part where it... Whoops. I was about to say, this is the part where I always take a little bit too long to bust through the bricks. And that was a problem once again. Luca, I wouldn't say that they did a bad job with 3D World when it came to mechanics. I do think that you had to adapt to it like it's a totally different game in some ways, in terms of dealing with things like the collision rules and all of those related systems. I think that there are some unfortunate limitations on the editor in terms of things like overlaps, just because of the way various overlaps with things like semi-solids are prevented in the 3D World style. And also just the limitations on the number of semi-solid styles there are is actually a major hit to the aesthetic variety that you can get out of each theme. Because, you know, even in NSMB, you look at how much you can do just with the color combinations in the sky theme. That just comes entirely from having multiple semi-solids available. Okay, so you can see the Muncher in this segment. At this point, though, facing can become a little bit more difficult to spot. Okay, down, and then we have to go quickly. No time to float, really. Yeah, not even close.
Oh no!
I feel like I have to fire much, much earlier than where the ice is marked, but I'm also spending too long in the air just floating around as Yoshi. And yeah, Supernova, I don't know if you're talking about the same kinds of super global loading in 3D World that's Loop and Snoop was showing off a little while back. I've been meaning to make something involving that, but I don't have a good concept for that just yet. Like, not the coin collection aspect, but just in terms of having those remotely loaded mechanisms. Because it's really cool tech if you see it. But yeah, there's tons of great stuff in 3D World. You just need to play towards its strength as a style, rather than worry too much about all the things you wish you could do. That you could do in the old standard styles instead. Not even close. Not even close. Oh, the monster just fell off the track, so I'm a little bit slow. I'm quite close then to cleaning that up now then. And thank you to the patience of people in queue. I know that this was the first selection that came in with Skip the Queue, and that we've been taking a while with it. So some of you who have been here since the very beginning of the stream have not been played yet, and do appreciate your patience. But we're close enough that I think I can close this out. No, I need to grab Yoshi first, obviously. And yeah, Ginja Bear, I'm glad you enjoy watching this. Still need to do a bit of a pacing fix after I grab Yoshi. That's the point at which I'm losing a bit of time, mostly just due to dawdling a bit too long in the air. Nope, no spin over there. That corner is pretty tightly enforced. I don't know how I feel about some of those ceiling spikes like that. I find that sometimes it's better to give the player a bit of extra flexibility when it comes to headroom, but that's my opinion on platformers generally, though, is that I find that the whole appeal of platformers is to have headroom. And a lot of that comes from just how originally in Super Mario Bros. You have this totally open ceiling in most cases. I mean, this level isn't too tight when it comes to that, obviously, but that's one of the reasons why I don't find myself too compatible with things like precision levels. Because I find that, you know, when you have more headroom in platformers, you have more room for decision-making, and I find that to be something that I value in video games, so just having as much decision-making flexibility as you can get in. Yeah, criticism, I don't like setting a time limit per level. I mean, sometimes I will drop a level and continue it at another point, especially with things like trolls that are very easy to restart from the beginning. But I find that, you know, compared to people who just say 15 minutes per level or 20 minutes per level, that if I don't set a limit like that, then I have more flexibility to just mess around and do some proper exploration and playtesting, which then results in receiving a different type of level on this stream than some of the other streamers do. Like, I find that I get some levels on this stream that people simply don't send to people who have tight time limits, and so the content benefits from being a little more unique. But yeah, it's very true that I do tend to run a little bit long for people who come in, especially compared to the usual viewer level experience. Yeah, this one obviously I'm past checkpoint 2 already, and I feel reasonably close to getting the final timing down. Otherwise, I probably would have continued on just out of fairness. But
Oh no!
I'm having fun with it. We're reasonably close to the end. I think we want to close it out properly. 69-minute time limit, only for Mang's levels. But, and I feel like for a lot of them I would, in fact, be at risk of exceeding that limit, depending on how long I spend on things like the optional hard modes. Okay, let's try not to hit the bricks for too long here. Nice short jumps. Nope, missed.
Oh no!
Glitch, you can't stay for yours. Yeah, sorry about that. I know you queued right at the very beginning today. And we just took too long on everything. But as you know, I'm back tomorrow, so hopefully we'll get you in right away. Bit of an unusual circumstance, Glitch, that you would queue like right at the start when I start the stream and still somehow not get in. And yeah, if you can't make it tomorrow, viewer levels, of course, will be back again next week. The week after that, though, viewer levels will be on hold when Metroid comes out. Metroid is going to take priority. So there will be one weekend when I probably will not be running the queue because, frankly, I'll be playing Metroid. But yeah, Glitch, thanks for coming by again, and as I said, really enjoyed Boomerang Bonanza when I finished it yesterday, so... Okay, probably should have just spat fire here instead. There we go. That seems a lot faster. A lot faster. And here's a heart. You know, there was one Maker. So if you played Maker Walk in this week's 6YM, which was the Pokemon music level by Kaneko, apparently Nintendo deleted it, and we couldn't figure out why. And it might actually be because there was a heart at the end of the level, which somebody must have reported because it looked like begging for likes or something. So I don't know if that's actually the case, but I know that was one theory that was raised. And I was just reminded of that because of the heart ending there. So thank you very much, SD. Glad to complete that at long last. Glitch, it's too bad you can't stay because, I mean, we can get to yours now if you're able to, but if you really must go, then that's okay. We'll just remove yours as well. And Mang, I guess, then is going to be next in queue. And yeah, so for people who are new here, we usually do alternate between next and sub next, but I don't just repeat 2 subs over and over. I do make sure we get to as many people as we can uniquely. And yeah, Glitch, looking forward to that level you wanted to show me then when I get to it. Okay, let's spend the next 69 minutes on whatever Mang has sent me this time. Not Midite Midairs, which is a lie. I love how Supernova has the record on this. So, for those unaware, Supernova has a level that's called Midnight Midairs. And it seems like Supernova has the world record on his own negation. Don't be intimidated, there are no midairs in this level. 6.8% on a Meng level makes me suspect that I'll have to reset a lot of things, but we'll see if that's a lie. Ludwig, you're the worst level creator in Maker 2. I think you have some very stiff competition for that. I'm not doing this in 18 seconds. Well, this is airship theme. We probably do need to throw and grab and throw. Oh wow, I can't believe that was actually correct. Arrow, let's think about the arrow as a throw marker, perhaps. And not back up. I feel like using the arrow as a throw marker actually would be potentially correct. Like, the spacing feels right. I do need to back up a bit, as you can see, but that's probably because of my own throw spacing being off. I do need 2 high bounces there. I was expecting a low bounce for the second one simply because my sense of timing was totally off. Just one moment, I'll be right back. I see there have been a number of theories about the momentary disappearance. And it's funny because when I was stepping aside, I was just about to say that one of the reasons I tend to stream at a bit of an unreasonable time is that this is actually one of the only times of the day when I can generally trust that I can actually play video games uninterrupted. But you never know when somebody is, in fact, sending me more declassified FBI documents to read on short notice. You know, in case of international crisis. Okay, no, I can go to the platform directly, and I needed to fire the spring in that location. Anyway, that's my way of saying I enjoy the speculation, but it has nothing to do with nuclear submarines. I needed to throw in that location, and then... Oh, that's pretty close to the end, actually. I feel like, yeah, the spring that I throw up high is going to have a pretty nice long trip. But yeah, lately, as regulars to my stream know, the level of interruption has been a bit much. And oh, no, 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 we don't want to miss the hard mode. We're not missing the hard mode. So yeah, thank you for your patience and bearing with that. We'll hopefully not run into that too many times today. And when I'm through a bit more of the level, I'll actually read some of the theories. Whoops. I have to maintain the internet connection on my spy submarine so I can keep playing. Got to do all the calculations for Tony. Oh, as in Iron Man. And I'm the reason why France missed a nuclear sub sale. Unfortunately, Mail64... it was actually sort of a matter of diplomatic embarrassment for my country that it was not involved in the three-way submarine contract with Australia. I'm sure that you would have heard about it mostly through French news and the French outrage, if you keep up with, I don't know, Le Monde or something. But yeah, definitely the reaction among people who follow international diplomacy in Canada was, how on earth did we not manage to play a part in some kind of military alliance involving the US, UK, and Australia, when you would normally expect that this country would be party to that. There are a couple of technical reasons behind that, I guess, but it was still something that people were grumpy about, because there is a general perception, and I think it's somewhat correct, that a lot of sectors of Canadian society have been deeply compromised by infiltration from basically interest and money from communist China. And that, of course, also just made international news today because of the prisoner exchange with China, which had been this diplomatic incident that had been going on for the past 3 years, with the Huawei executive and the 2 Canadian citizens who were detained on charges of espionage, which were, of course, just sort of made up to conduct a bit of hostage diplomacy. But anyway, that's my way of saying, that's my long-winded way of saying, no, I was not involved in the Australian nuclear submarine deal. And I have a specific answer for why I'm not involved in the Australian submarine deal. I can tell you exactly why I had no part to play in that. Okay, let's do this. No. Still need to drop the POW as I'm going up, because then I'm able to ride it over. And yeah, next GM, hopefully we'll be able to catch you the next time. Oh, look at that, like, ride it up top. That's not a good idea, because I won't have a spring to throw later on. And yeah, criticism, to go back to what you were saying a couple minutes ago, there are a lot of Mang levels that have an optional hard mode at the very end. As you can see, the standard mode in this level is actually pretty manageable. It's just one section, which is why you would have that 6% clear rate, I suppose. And yeah, SD, I seem to recall you said you were from British Columbia. I know that was in much of the province a bit of a three-way battleground in the federal election. I don't really know much about BC politics, though, so I can't speak to that so much. I think I'm acquainted with far too many people who are involved with things like BC politics in both the federal and provincial level, but I think I just tune out when they talk about it, so. Not much insight to share there. Don't look at me, I just look very suspicious when it comes to discussing the work of the security services, but anyhow. You think France recalling their ambassadors is hilarious? I think the French don't find it very hilarious, but I don't know, maybe Male64 here, who is in America but originally from France, finds it hilarious. So I don't want to pass too much judgment here or make too many assumptions. Let's give a quick shout out to CC Replays, who has come in with a party of 7. CC Replays also gifted me a gift sub earlier, and has come in bringing a lot of those pink, mildly Kirby-like emotes. And so yeah, welcome CC. Hope the levels went well on your side. I know you were running a viewer queue as well earlier today. Whoops. And Emil, you find that it is hilarious? Okay, yeah. So it is hilarious, even to the French. Okay. There we go. Oh, there we go. Let's not hit the muncher, and here's hard mode. Did I find a blue worm? Or are you asking CC? Okay, lost too much momentum there. Couldn't quite get on the single bonsai. Blue Blur, may you ask politely why there was no stream last week? Yeah, I did announce it on Discord in advance. I was actually moving my streaming setup. I was relocating all my stuff to a different broadcast location, let's say. And I was hoping to set it up in time to do viewer levels last week, but I just had too many technical things to sort out beforehand, so that's why there was no stream last week. I did announce that in advance, but I understand that if people are not following this stuff on a rather quiet Discord channel, that they would have missed that completely. Speaking of which, if people want to keep up with things like cancellations and disruptions and other announcements about the stream schedule, I do post regularly week to week about what we are doing with the streaming schedule. Other than that, the Discord channel is fairly quiet, although you'll find a lot of our regulars there as well if you want to get in contact with some of the makers that you see featured here. Yeah, still not enough momentum there. And Lantis, thank you for the submission. I will be closing the queue relatively soon. Because I've been taking long enough with every level that it is getting a little bit long. Okay, I can do that. And it's going to be short bounces over here. And yes, it looks like I don't need that earlier POW any further, so I can take my time with that muncher. Yeah, I need to not go so quickly here, actually. I do need to time my drop towards the POW a little bit better. Because the icicles do give me a little room for adjustment. And in fact, that feels a lot better in terms of when I'm getting on top of that POW. Once again, short bounces. SDGML was just exposed. Well, I guess we should have some kind of policy in place for exfiltration then to get SDGML out of hostile territory. I suggest that somebody provides her with a Yoshi. She'll know exactly what to do with it. Criticism. Also, apparently the idea was brought up as early as last October. Oh, in terms of the nuclear submarine contracts being juggled around? Yeah, it seems like one of those quieter stories that unless you were actually kind of really attentive to the field, you wouldn't necessarily pick up on. But yeah, I guess, you know, the thing about the French government is that it's like they're acting like they were totally caught by surprise, but behind the scenes it must have been this reaction that they must have been threatening for a while. Not that I have any knowledge about how these things work. None at all. If you say Yoshi backwards, Nugukaza, maybe in your dialect or accent. In mine, I don't think it's exactly the case. And so, SD, when you play board games with Yoshi, though, does he threaten to rip your arms out of your sockets if he loses? Yeah, criticism, I don't think it'll get to the point of France pulling out of NATO or anything. I think that's just the kind of thing they try to publicly threaten as leverage. But I haven't been following this story too closely, despite what people may suspect. Okay, let's jump off the POW immediately just to ride out this momentum rather than fight against it. And then not miss it on the other side. Well, Mail64, I guess the thing about NATO is that it is well past its original purpose. But of course, the thing about international alliances is that, like, a lot of them do just kind of ride on a lot of historical inertia when it comes to, you know, having previously had a reason to exist and having this compact of trust already in place. Blue Blur, to answer your question, it's the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. Blue Blur, there was this thing that happened before you were born, presumably, that was called the Cold War. Rather important part of the 20th century. Okay. Whoops. Yeah, let's not hang left there. As you can see, I'm doing the short bounce, but I need to just continue pointing right and trust that the trampoline's going to pick me up for the second bounce. Okay. There we go. Very smooth. I need to slide and go under? No, I need to let the icicle hit the POW and then go over. I can't go under the muncher. I didn't see the POW under the icicles until it was too late. Okay, here we are. Yeah, criticism, I mean, when you think about the way that Russia took over Crimea back in 2014, there already is sort of this insufficient deterrent, I think, to Russian ambitions in the region. Like, that's exactly the kind of thing NATO theoretically exists to prevent, right? Whoops. Yeah, we want to drop the middle icicle, but we want to retain the ones on the side so I have something to stand on while the muncher dies. That'll be the way we do it. And Snidjar, welcome. And yeah, Snidjar, sorry about the ridiculous queue that we have today. I'll be closing fairly soon, probably by the end of this level. We've actually gotten through very few submissions today so far. So hopefully I can actually get through the list. Oh, also, I totally didn't mark SD's level as a win, did I? I see SD is still in the list, and I think I just forgot to clear you. after we let you skip the queue and beat the existing level. So just remember to do that. Whoops. There we go. Surviving that. And then need to ride that over. Oh, Nova added you. How did Nova add you? I didn't know that you could add somebody else with the Warp World pod. Is that a new feature? I actually was totally unaware that Warp World allowed you to add other people. Probably because no one ever uses that. He added your maker code. That wouldn't be why you are on the Warp World list, though, right? Unless the bot just handles things completely differently. I think I just forgot to clear your last level. Like, if Nova added your maker code, it should appear under Supernova's name in the queue as it does near the end. So, yeah, I'll just remember to clear you out. In fact, I should do that quickly. Yeah, just to avoid confusion. Yeah, I think I just didn't manage to follow that level as a win earlier on. And while I'm here, as I said, I am going to close the queue now, in fact, otherwise I will have no chance of getting through everything. Rather, this will be last call. Yeah, Snidra, don't worry too much about that. I don't know if I'd be able to get that far today anyway. So yeah, this will be last call. After this attempt, I will... Okay, after the next attempt, because I need to give you fair warning, I will close things down. Okay, thank you, Snidjar. Oh, Luca, you are clear checking. Okay. Yeah, that's fine, Luca. Just to keep the queue under control, Luca, I'm going to close now, but if you want to add yours later, I will just reopen for you and for nobody else, because you warned me ahead of time. And Ravel MX, thank you for getting the 2 and 2 level in at the very end. Yeah, this is an unusually long queue for me, so we'll see if we can actually get through everybody as per usual policy, because there's some chance that I might not be able to. Let me just make sure I display the stream as closed. And we'll adjust the bot accordingly to do that as well. And so yeah, Luca, just remind me later and we'll make sure you get in. Assuming that I can even get that far today, which I might not. And criticism, yeah, no worries if you can't stay. We usually don't take this long with the early levels, but it does happen sometimes, and like I said, I'll be back tomorrow. I bounce off here as well. Okay, have to race to POW. And I need to race to POW, but get back on it a few times, which will be interesting because I get so much forward momentum off of that thing. That's going to be a difficult correction, I think. Yeah, because you need to land on top of the POW again a second time. And Sninjar, yeah, I did finish Salt Lake's level on stream when I did. If you're talking about a 6YM1, I don't know if he has anything new since then, but we had a blast with a 6YM level by Salt Lake. criticism, I wouldn't say they're outraged at the nuclear sub deal, but I would say that particularly because Canada was in an election last week, that people were definitely sort of looking at the government with some suspicion in terms of wondering why, like wondering basically where are we in the security arrangement with our usual allies. And strictly speaking, the answer is that, you know, because we wouldn't have a particular reason to be involved with nuclear subs, but definitely in terms of the implications for the security arrangement among the Five Eyes countries generally, that people were wondering if we were being cut out of the loop. Nope. And thank you for the follow. Overall sentiment in BC is very angry with the current PM, yeah. Kind of got that sense from the little that I was hearing about the situation there. But I know that it's also something that had split either way. And yeah, Nukukaza, Australia is incredibly important geographically. Yeah, so criticism, the answer to that, why does the Prime Minister have the ability to call an election at any time, is, well, that in both the UK and Canada, in the Westminster parliamentary system, there have been efforts sometimes to introduce a fixed-term Parliament Act to kind of guarantee that elections are going to be held at a certain point, so, you know, you just can't call an election for gamesmanship. But the thing is, even the parties that tend to propose these rules end up breaking those rules themselves anyway. And so when it comes to, regardless of the party, any government in power in this system promising electoral reform, you can never depend on it because they have no actual thing to gain from doing so, in terms of making elections more sensible in various ways. There's no incentive for them to actually do it once they are in power. And in fact, very strong incentives against doing so. Okay, hit too many icicles at once again. And the thing is, criticism in terms of Canadian campaigns historically, that most of the shifts have usually happened due to some last-minute event in the last 2 weeks or so. Usually something like a huge shift in Quebec, or like a party making a really late surge. And yeah, there just wasn't really the opportunity for that to happen this time around. And so, like, there was a certain regression to the mean that, or regression to the status quo that happened in the late stages of the campaign. There's this thing that happens where, you know, not just in Canada, but also the UK and to some extent in the US, but not in the same way just because of the different way the parties are set up there, where the first round of polling data comes in and then people start voting in ways that respond to the polls and respond to expectations that have been totally reset. And anyway, thank you for that, Mang. Actually, was a pretty reasonable time that I posted, I think, for doing the hard route. Pretty neat mechanic. And I guess that was not not Midnight Midnares, maybe. And anyway, congratulations, Supernova, on the record, which of course must not have involved a hard mode. Let's mark that as a win. Just so people are aware of the current state of the queue, the only sub that we have in the queue right now, I believe, is Nugukaza. So Nugukaza will be next to using the sub next command, but then after that, we will go straight down the list. Actually, criticism, I would disagree with that. I think that in the UK, from my experience with the UK politics many years ago, that there is, in fact, a much closer local connection to members of parliament than there is in similar Westminster-style systems. And part of that is because the parties themselves have much less internal unity, which is why you had so many fights within both the Conservative and the Labour parties over things like Brexit, depending on which regions people were representing. That you have a lot more splintering within the parties because there is a stronger sense of locality. Anyway, TP Balloon. Ah, I see. Secret profile for Team P Balloon. No left, no right. We'll delete. Interesting. You made a hard version of this level, but it's hard to upload. Male64, yeah, sorry we couldn't get to you. I know we've taken absurdly long in the first few levels today. We just followed a wind, I think, right? And the symbols are telling me that you only go up and down. Okay. But why can't I just voluntarily go up and down? Whoops, I just totally missed that. Like, I guess this is just a tutorial screen, and later on the level is going to enforce that I can't go left or right, unless there is a directional detector of some sort. Also, I find that I'm unable to get into the pipe even though I'm holding up at that point. Perhaps I need to boost, perhaps I'm just late on the turnaround. UK elections are... Yeah, we need to boost in there. UK elections are very often comedy gold. I mean, that's why Monty Python got as much mileage out of it as they did. But yeah, I love how in the UK they never report the results from partial projections. They wait until the entirety of the count has come in. This is the easy version. Oh, I see. No, I'm not supposed to go up the pipe. That's just for the P-balloon. I'm supposed to go... That's a precision check. Okay. Let's start over in case I've misaligned myself. Ah, yes, Nugukaza. I remember you telling me about this now. That's... you were telling me how the wind positioning gives you a perfectly centered lineup when it stops. And... obviously, I didn't manage to do that because of the way I was nudged a bit by the corner. Okay, now that I'm paying attention to this, let's do this. So yeah, the idea is that you have to let the wind give you perfect precision lineups in this level. I see it now. And then you have to boost through for timing reasons. So you just need to not hit any corners along the way. And yeah, as you can see, once you get repositioned like that, then you lose. But then you can line up all the way at the left and then try it again, right? Yeah, that's interesting that the precision spacing for the wind would just be perfect in terms of lining up to the grid system. Yeah, it lines up perfectly to the grid system. It's... In terms of the tile spacing totally working out. So you just need to align yourself to one wall, and then the rest of the way you just need to not hit obstacles. And I did hit a corner somehow here, but then you can retry, and I like that you can retry pretty smoothly, in fact. Although, yeah, you do need to... Whoops, we accidentally hit left. You do need to account for the spinning time with the P-balloon as usual, of course. And Luca, yes, let me open for you quickly. Thank you for asking. And Luca, sneak that in quickly so I can close. And let's just make sure the bot processes it. Red hot tomato sauce. There we go. Anyway, the thing I was saying about the UK election was that if you've never watched the results before, they always come in extremely late in the middle of the night. And because of the way that they don't release the results until the count is 100% complete. And because of that, you get all the candidates together in the same place, and they all kind of witness the announcement together when they're all dead tired and have been up for far too many hours on election day. Now, what this means is that for the candidates that actually get a lot of national level coverage, like the ones who are really high profile, you'll see joke candidates show up in their constituencies just to appear in costume and, you know, joke parties that want to stand alongside Boris Johnson or whatever. And the joke parties have splinters among themselves, which is especially funny. Like, they have their own internal divisions and splinter groups. But anyway, if you've ever seen the Monty Python sketch that is the election result announcement, that is literally how the UK elections look on results day. Whoops. Oh, Luca, you're going to redeem skip to queue. Okay, Luca, you will be next. I will put you in next after this one. Do you remember the YouTuber who got 5th in a mayoral election? I didn't know that, actually. But usually... I don't think... Oh, you need to bust through the top left. Okay. That's fine. Let's bust through the top left then. The mushrooms allow you to get through the doors in the middle. Or to reset. I like how the mushrooms give you a damage buffer so you don't need to worry about taking damage if you are going for the reset door. So you don't die on the way to the reset door. I think that's very much the point. Okay, it's not busting through that then. Ah, you need to do something with the bomb. You need to probably direct fire towards the bomb, but it won't go through the spikes. We need to activate the bomb somehow then, and I don't see why or how just yet, rather. You're not happy with a final room, but it was an idea. Is this a survival timer? I see a track that's on the right side, and it looks like a survival timer where something eventually stops the bomb. It took me a little while to notice that. But if we spawn into a room and you watch the track that's on the top right, you'll see that it initially moves a muncher, and the muncher is going to do a bomb crush. And so until then, it is a pure survival room where you move up and down. Okay, I get it now. Took me a moment to understand it, but now that we do understand it, we can move in. Yep, there we are. Criticism, didn't Canada almost bring in ranked choice voting? No, there was a referendum for that at a provincial level in British Columbia many years ago for what they called the single transferable vote, which is the equivalent, or close to the equivalent, of what in the UK they called the alternative vote, when that referendum also failed back in 2011. So yeah, Nukaza, it took me a moment to understand the concept. I don't know if I would have picked up on it as quickly if I didn't remember you saying something about the lineup working out. But once you do figure it out, and once you figure out the fact that you can just reset pretty gently in each room, it's actually a pretty approachable level. I mean, given the spacing in the final room, I don't know if there's any way to really make that much clearer. It does depend on me noticing the muncher and noticing that the bomb timer is going to work the way it does. I don't know if there's a way to communicate that faster, given that you do kind of need all that space to have enough room to be dodging the piranhas everywhere. But hopefully that's a useful playtest in terms of just how I was reading things. I was taking a bit longer to understand things than I usually would, I think, just because of paying too much attention to chat, but enjoy that very much, so thank you. Luca did a Q skip. We'll do the Q skip, but then we'll go down the list after that. Have I even been marking wins today? Okay, maybe so. Let's bring in Luca. I will probably not be taking any more Q-skip redemptions after this because some people have been in for a very long time, but yeah, I should actually set some kind of limit for like total Q-skips for stream, just so we don't run into too many issues with people coming in at the very beginning and waiting 2 hours or something. But we have Luca's correctly in the bot, and then we'll go down the list after that. And that's okay, SD. I have the reward in there for a reason. I mean, the viewer level streams have sort of suddenly gotten much bigger within the past, say, 2 months or so. Like, the queues have gotten unmanageably large in the last little while. So at some point, I think I will have to change my queue policy. I've always sort of been on the lookout for trying to start at an earlier time as well, but I just haven't made that work. Due to all the secret commitments that you were speculating on earlier. Stir the sauce bubbles in your flavor and beat Chef Morton. Looking forward to this one. Looks like it's going to be SMB3 Night Castle. SD is just claiming I'm a spy, of course, to deflect suspicion from herself. I feel like I wanted the fire to deflect over here so I can grab the mushroom in order to progress. In order to do that, we'll be leading the other fireball over. Yes, I see. So fireballs get trapped for a while, but then they act as threats as well as ways to progress the level forward. Once we unlock the mushroom, we'll be able to open up new paths. You made a Team Precision version of that level, I see. And the clear check is brutal. 6 rooms with infinite checkpoints. Yeah, I like the tuning of the one that you showed me. I mean, by precision standards, it's more like a tutorial more than anything to show you the mechanic, but it's still engaging enough to require the player to be attentive once they do figure out how it works. Can I get up to this guy and activate? No, from the other side, because this is a full block over here. It's a slope on the other side. But I wonder if grabbing the 30 coin there does anything useful. No, I probably just need to progress. And we have access to the mushroom if needed. And let's just loop back around. That's going to break open... no, we need to drop both donut blocks. Or drop one donut block, rather. And then that's going to loop all the way around and open up the next passageway. Then we drop the platform. Yeah, Guido Anchovies, no worries about having to leave. Like I said, I'm back tomorrow, and hopefully we'll get through the queue a little bit quicker. I like how just skimming across the top also melts the ice. I definitely have seen that before, but I don't think about it often. And yeah, criticism, like I said, sometimes, you know, it depends on difficulty and checkpointing, where some levels, if I'm enjoying them, I might drop them part way if I'm pretty sure I can get back to where I was quickly. Like gigantic multi-part checkpoint levels, sometimes we learn them part by part over multiple streams. And criticism, just so you know, every now and then I do run a viewer level catch-up or overflow stream where I finish things that I don't manage to finish while running the standard queue. We actually just did one of those yesterday. Yesterday I cleared a grand total of 2 levels because the first one took me 3 hours. But the first one was also 5 levels in one, so I have an excuse. And yeah, New Kaza, it's kind of nice to see that mechanic used in an easy, approachable context before just dumping somebody in precision head first. Especially because I think it is a mechanic that needs to be taught. Okay, so we'll eventually be busting down some blocks from the side so I can reach the Fire Flower. I love this central element here, by the way. I guess that's maybe the central heating element of whatever it is you're cooking up in the castle here. And okay, down we go. Then we want to deflect. We don't need to deflect this guy. Not yet. These are just obstacles, in fact, looking at their current patterns. We need to drop the platform, and then that's going to give that access to the slope. I like that, actually, that you unlock the right angle only using the slope. That is pretty neat to see. Anyway, going to grab the Tanuki leaf or the raccoon suit, and we'll bust some things down over here. Grab the Fire Flower, and then Fire Flower is going to get me through what? It loops around. And we... Oh, I guess we can actually go back out the exit, can't we? And then maybe the Fire Flower allows me to do something else. Or not, maybe. Can go through the center. Whoa, okay. No, let's go back. The blocks are going to stay dead, though, so I won't have to redo anything. Oh, I guess maybe there was some ice that was supposed to melt in the segment I had just seen. Let me take a look at that again so we don't just go backwards. Let me make sure there's no additional ice I needed to melt here. Yeah, I see the bridge on the top right. And let's see all this. Yeah, there is ice over here. We need to go back to get it. And yeah, criticism in terms of having optional hard modes. Obviously, you wind up with levels where the clear rate just doesn't tell you any useful information whatsoever, because some people will do the hard modes and others won't. But that's not a big concern. It is kind of nice to have a level that's sort of scalable that way, especially with really interesting concepts that sort of need an easier teaching segment in advance. Okay, so this was accessible with the Tanuki leaf if we'd seen that earlier, but instead we'll just head on here and approach what looks to be a boss room. Okay, frog suit. And yeah, we'll bust through the blocks and whoops. And not get too much fire in my face over here. I like how Morton's stomping fire interacts with the slopes. That's a pretty interesting pattern. And an interesting pattern that looks pretty organic, too, in the context of the level. So we're going to follow... No, we can only go up top. Go up top, and then we need to shoot in the right side. We'll need to get through here pretty precisely. I don't know if we can actually take the clown car through a slot. It's possible that I can't because I'm a little too big for that. Let's try to go here without the car and see if we can obtain the other one. Yeah, we can. So. Whoops. No frog suit. Can I regain the frog suit? It doesn't seem so. I think that's just a bit of a crutch to make you feel powerful at the start, and then you have to follow things through the standard way. Oh no, we need to go wrap around the bottom. Wait, but then I need to activate some kind of on-off switch? No, I just need to continue shooting him, actually, until... yeah, no more on-off switches are going to happen just yet. But when he does his bounce upwards for the hit that registers as a full point of damage to get him into the shell form, then that's when he spins into the on-off switch and forces you back to the other side. Interesting setup. Yeah, pretty neat. Because you need a few hits on Morton in order to get him to be, I guess, a third of the way through. And he hits the switch and you go through. So we know that we are going to get out into Frog Suit. And we'll try to swim through there smoothly so we minimize difficulty. Whoops. Oh, whoops, never mind. So much for Frog. And that's okay, we'll just need to do things the hard way from here. But yeah, very cool fight. One more hit should do it, so we'll just follow the bottom pattern across. And not get hit. Yeah, I have to navigate this pretty carefully with all the slope deflections going on. And then we need to make our way in. Into the furnace. Fire bars don't kill Morton, yet fireballs from a clown car does. How does that make sense? Well, the charged fireballs from the clown car are just hotter, I suppose. And so Morton isn't actually dying to being burned, he's just dying to the heat. Maybe. I don't know. Video game physics. Morton also fires fireballs, yeah. I mean, the fireballs from a clown car also break things like hard blocks and presumably are hot enough to melt the World Trade Center or something. Congratulations, MagMang69 on the 6-minute record on this. Which, given that the level was shown to me when it was uncleared, I guess you just picked that up a moment ago. Congratulations. So yeah, oh, we were stirring the sauce. Yes, that's right. That was the description, so. It seems like Luca has a number of levels that involve a cooking theme. But this one certainly worked out. Let's mark that as a win and move on with the queue. Thank you for all the GGs. King Brock, if you're still here. Yes, you are. That is an SG, not a 5. S&B World 1-1 Hammer Edition. In this version of 1-1, you need to dodge hammers. How hard can that be? I mean, that would basically kind of be like playing Super Mario 35 back when it was up. Once people start spawning things like hammers all over the place. I miss Super Mario 35 very much. Pac-Man 99 was not really an adequate replacement. That's a lot of hammers. Seems like hammers in clouds are the new meta. Okay. We should have gone the mushroom on the left. Yeah. I probably want a bit of a damage buffer here. I wanted to go quickly because I just wanted to beat some of the spawning times on hammers, but that might not be a good idea. Also, it's night theme. Forgot about that when it came to the mushroom bounce pattern. That's not productive. Okay, let's go. I should get on top of the stump and just keep going. I think the trick is to just go quickly. And yeah, criticism, that's the thing, that certain levels and certain Super World submissions as well really do need a longer time to shine. And I also know that I'm the kind of player who likes to poke around and try things and explore and break stuff. And I wouldn't want to hit something like a 15 or 20 minute time limit just because I'm fooling around with the level. That would be a little unfair to the creator sometimes. Supernova, I'm not yet convinced that this would be Meng's favorite level ever. I feel like it would need more Supernova pipes for that to be the case. And Boom Boom for that matter. You know what? Why don't we just grab the star? If you're actually imitating the original level, I should have access to a star. The bush decorations are copied from their original locations? Yeah, that's a nice touch. Well, let's see if we can get far enough to actually tidy this up a little bit. There are probably ways to do this systematically. If you're doing this quickly enough, you avoid issues with the hammers from up above for the most part. I definitely need that mushroom, I think. And yeah, we'll definitely keep a secret hunt in mind. Criticism. I bet there are more hammers in the secret pipe. Let's do something that you never do in SMB1 and go left. Whoops, overshot that. Also, of course I needed to check that. Oh, I see, okay. Poison mushroom. But we didn't survive long enough to see it spawn earlier, so... Didn't know that for a fact. Is it more hammers, or...? Yes, it is. But it also means we can pop up pretty late in the level. Oh, no. Never mind. I mean, it's a lot better than that Firebar 1-1 with a twist that was a bit of a meme level in the early days of Maker 2. Yeah, I guess you're not... Oh, I see what the stump is doing. The stump is preventing the star. Yes, that's why there is a stump there. Specifically there, so you don't go for star unless you find some way to remove the stump, which we won't have a chance to do, so... The clear rate on this is over 1%, which is interesting. Yeah, we'll go for that mushroom. So I have a bit of damage boosting available. Whoops. Let's not accidentally fall on Junior, although I guess falling on Junior prevents Junior from spawning hammers, so maybe that's not the worst idea. There is going to be a certain element of RNG in terms of the hammer directions, though, especially were the ones from the cloud, so I don't know if we can actually find a consistent pattern. Whoops. Let's not miss the block. That's a bit of an issue. And yeah, I keep forgetting that we need to deal with the ground theme when it comes to the power-ups, so it does slightly affect how the mushrooms are going to get picked up. It's actually the only real rationale for the ground theme, other than, of course, some of the enemy movement patterns. With the hammers moving back and forth. I think I need to go up quicker to pick it up in the night ground theme. We might also just want to clear some room, but that's not going to do much for me when everything's also raining destruction from above, so... Just seeing what we can do. Maybe we shouldn't go for that mushroom after all. It's just too much trouble to deal with the night theme poison. And yeah, Blue Blur, congratulations on beating that level. And yeah, criticism, I feel like there's a lot in the way that Nightground manipulates a lot of the enemy movements that is still kind of underused. I've seen some puzzle concepts using this before. Using this theme, rather, not this hammer spam. That I haven't really seen replicated elsewhere, like a lot of things involving some of the poison mushroom movement mechanics as well as other forms of enemy manipulation. To a certain extent, I think we just need to roll the dice on this and hope that I don't get caught up in too much randomness. That is consistently hitting me in that location, though. And Stinjar, you have to go. Yeah, hopefully we'll be able to catch up on that puzzle sometime. Okay, so that is consistently hitting me because of my input pattern here. Let's see if we can kind of correct that a bit. If you got an endless, you would probably just skip it. Unless you're really insistent on doing no skip. Yeah, King Barak, I may not be able to beat this one. We'll see. We'll see if we can push much further. Let's try to go for damage boost off this mushroom. Great, great. Not so great. Well, if we didn't get hit there, that might be useful. Yeah, pick it up on the left side. Nope. Just a little too much going on for that to make sense. And once again, just not being able to try it. Criticism, the stump blocks to star block. That's what the stump is doing, in fact. And I have tried hitting under the stump to just kind of confirm that, but it is exactly what the stump is for. Yeah, too tricky to actually obtain the mushroom, I think. You're thinking of doing a fire flower strat. Yeah, you would need to survive long enough with one mushroom, though. It wouldn't help you too much against Junior, unfortunately. But I am definitely sort of rethinking the approach here. I feel like we... yeah, so we need to bounce the mushroom to the left. It does not bounce to the right. But I think doing that bounce to the right and then that bounce to the left is a safe way of obtaining it. We just need to keep it afterwards. You see here. Still a little difficult to dodge that. But if we can keep the mushroom for much longer, then... also, in the ground night theme, of course, you need to deal with the fire flower itself also moving away from you, potentially. Okay, cleared out some things. We keep the mushroom for longer, though. Never mind. Yeah, it got a little bit stuck with the jumps at the end there. You can kind of strategize here. You do still need to play around a little bit of RNG dodging, but... Or RNG when it comes to the hammer movement, but... We have the beginnings of a strategy. Dodge this way. Yeah. So that works somewhat consistently. Although the hammer movements are still a little bit difficult to predict, so... But I am obtaining the mushroom safely most of the time. A little bit difficult to spot the hammer pattern coming down on top of me there. And yeah, the last jump definitely takes you very close to the ceiling, and that's something that we'll potentially have some trouble with. The timings, at least, are following a fairly regular rhythm in terms of everything throwing at once. And so there is a safe window, like if you dodge hammer spam one burst at a time. Nope, not quite. Yeah, I just can't see it coming out from the top sometimes, because with the hammers that are above the ceiling, you can't really see them throw. Even if you could see them throw, I'm not sure how helpful that would be. Let's just go for it. You know, if you go left a little bit and manipulate the timing such that you stay ahead of the clouds in that later segment, that's potentially promising. Nope. Need to play quite a bit more precisely, though, to get this to work. Yeah, we'll see what we can do. The best attempt so far, of course, was when we did, in fact, grab the flower. If we just lead everything this way. Then we come back, grab the flower. Nope, lost a flower. That's okay, we've got an extra point of damage. We no longer have an extra point of damage, okay. Well, if we manage to play that a little bit more cleanly. Some things are, in fact, under my control. Whoops. Alright. Go, go, go. Nope. Yeah, making a lot of avoidable mistakes, even if there is going to be some unavoidable hammer damage. Because occasionally I just miss the jumps that I'm intending on making. Where I'm reading the pattern correctly and I'm finding safe spots, but still not managing to reach them. so we'll just have to bounce around a bit more. I think going for the Fire Flower is probably our best bet, though. Just try not to lose it aggressively. Whoops. Yeah, if I can find a dodge location to keep the mushroom there that would in fact work consistently, that would be ideal. Because I can actually obtain it most of the time. Yeah, because there is kind of a safe spot that shows up most of the time, but we'll see. Like I said, King Brock, I don't necessarily know if I'll finish this one. Because there's enough going on that is a little bit difficult to play around. Okay. Okay. That's fine, we'll just go for it. And yeah, I kind of agree that the very last part, when it comes to going up the steps, probably does require a damage boost in some fashion. Oh. Yeah, very difficult to keep the power-ups even if you do make it to that point, so... getting ganked here and there, yeah, that's very true. Yeah, but we'll see. I mean, obviously, the longer you keep the Fire Flower, the easier this is. Even in SMB1 originally, the Fire Flower was this huge power spike when it came to fighting hammers specifically. Enter the pipe to reset the number of enemies. Huh, that's an interesting idea. Reset the number of enemies. Why would I want to do that, though? And the last pipe, oh, it doesn't actually let me enter it, if you're talking about the exit pipe to the underground zone. Because the underground zone isn't really built as the underground zone, right? So the last pipe, I did try to go down the last time I was over there, and I'm pretty sure it's not enterable. Nope. It's missing the block. That's all there was to it. Yeah, the underground zone, as you said, sends you to the beginning, so... The part that is the exit in the original game does not serve as a passageway here. We'll give this a few more attempts. Like, I'm not really materially improving at it. That's simply because we do have a lot of attempts that die to RNG. Whoops. But I think going for the flower is still the best bet. Maybe even going for the flower from the beginning of the level, but at this point it's difficult to make the decision just to regress there. You know what? We might not clear this otherwise, so let's just try it that way. Spare a thought for King Brock actually having to do the clear check on this thing. And you would have quit after the first attempt, Devatch. Yeah, that is totally fair. Okay, that didn't help too much, but maybe I can grab this a little more safely. Okay. And yeah, criticism, I find that with levels like this, it's, you know, very often not really about beating the level, although I'm giving it a fair try. But more about, you know, seeing the joke concept and noping out of there if you wish. Whoops. Yeah, I think this is probably not going to work out. Let's just take this. Let me just take a look at the ending to see if there was anything that was going to be a surprise there. 7 clears on it so far. Very impressive for those people. Even somebody who was ahead of the clear check time. So yeah, it's going to be clouds all the way to the end, and we were pretty much right at the flag, actually. No real surprises beyond that. So, more enemies when you start at the beginning. Yeah, Lantis, that's a fair point because of the way the initial cloud positions are set up for the hammers that are laid on the top level. And that's a good point. That's okay, we gave it a try. Who cleared this? 7F Hawk, I'm not really surprised. 7F Hawk is one of the people who's also like the P-Balloon master. That has beaten a lot of new Gukaza's stuff. That's where I recognize his name. The other ones I don't think I really know. But congratulations to those people. That's a loss. And let's move on. Okay, criticism. Let's get in there. And yeah, thank you for that, King Brock. 370 8MF. You got to the last step and got sniped with a hammer? Yeah, that's what happened over here too. Spike's conveyor hideaway. Mario stumbles upon Spike's newly built assembly line. And yeah, criticism. That's not going to be everybody's cup of tea, for sure. Okay, let's grab this. And the Spike over here is going to repeatedly hit the on-off switch. That's interesting. Spike is not loaded on anything but ground, though, so that's going to be somewhat range dependent. Depending on whether he's on screen to spawn to spike balls, because I don't think he'll throw if he's not within range either, so... Oh, thought I was going to get him. Didn't correct for my conveyor momentum. Kind of like that with the spike ball just skimming the on-off block on the bottom. Okay. And hitting that as well? Nope, we need to hit that from the bottom. Okay, Fire Flower. Over the tower. And this bit here is oddly like the orangutans throwing oil barrels at you in Donkey Kong Country. Which of course is just a reference to the original barrel throwing in Donkey Kong. Flower over here. Obviously, we'll check. I don't know if I missed very much on the left of this area, but just looking at that lower spike. Okay, up we go. Yes, I found it. What did I find? Were you just thinking of this thing over here? I mean, that's a very Nintendo-like placement. It's very satisfying to get that in a roughly traditional style platforming level. Because it's a very natural place to check, and so, you know, when you check for a block like that, it's just a matter of saying, aha, this maker sort of understands Nintendo's secret placement the same way I do, and you just kind of meet in the middle, right, where you visualize things the same way. So it's always kind of neat to see that player and creator are both on board. So many people just don't check there. That's partly because just given the sort of incentive structures of Mario Maker and how they differ from the traditional Mario games, a lot of people just speed through this game and don't really think about secrets unless they have this very well advertised reason to go for it, like you see with the cakes in the YMM levels. There's very little in this game that motivates people to look for secrets, even though in this case it's a power-up that's going to be immediately helpful. But for things like, you know, coin rooms, one-ups, etc., I always like looking for them because, you know, a lot of traditional makers want to put them in to emulate the Nintendo style. But it's kind of true that a lot of people just skip them in this game in a way they otherwise wouldn't if they were playing a full-scale platformer. And yeah, in general, spin jumping is going to get around these spike balls quite nicely. And yeah, I have more control but a higher jump though, so I'll use spin jumping defensively if I can, but we'll rethink some of that. And yeah, the guy on the left, of course, is just juggling the switch. One thing that I will say about this segment is that it can be hard to see what's above you because of the way that you won't necessarily have raised the camera by the time that a threat appears. So, like, you might accidentally bump into a spike from below in a way that's a bit difficult to react to. That's the only minor misgiving about it. That you don't have that much of a heads up when there is a spike ahead. Oh, let's not die to this thing here. I kind of wonder how many death markers are on that thing, but I'm not going to be the one who checks. Going back for the Fire Flower can help too. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, because at that point, you know, I'm not really thinking about there being very many exits here. But, oh, I see. If you respawn at checkpoint, then you know where the second power-up placement is going to be. Yeah, I mean, I think that the mushroom is probably helpful enough. Even though, of course, the Fire Flower can give you tons of clearance for the spikes in the vertical part. Like, there's enough of a risk of just losing the Fire Flower immediately on your way back that I can see why people wouldn't necessarily want to burn time on that. So, thank you for the GGs, and yeah, don't worry about changing it. I mean, it's pretty satisfying the way it is. Sometimes you just sort of live with the level you shipped unless something is truly broken, and sort of take the lessons forward to the next thing you make, even if you take a whole other year to get around to that. Congratulations, by the way, Blue Blur, on grabbing that record just now. I assume you just picked that up. Mr. Greggy Spike, if you're still here. Just going to give you a chance to check in. Mr. Greggy Spike, the maker of many full-scale Metroid tribute epics. We'll see what's going on here. If Mr. Greggy Spike doesn't check in, I do see him potentially lurking in the chat, but my usual policy with people who seem to be lurking is that I'll just bump them back one spot and do a second call later. So with no check-in, we'll look for Dvatch next. And just rotate the queue as necessary. Dvatch, if you're here, please check in. And the Blue Blur, I missed a 30 coin at the beginning, yeah. I guess I wasn't very thorough that time. That's partly motivated by how long the queue is, though. Sometimes I am very thorough in terms of secret hunting. But today we're also pretty packed with levels, so... And yeah, criticism, I think it's a pretty focused idea in terms of getting a lot of variety out of a limited number of elements with the on-off switch, the spike, and the conveyor belts. Anyway, how fast can I react? Only pros can beat this first try. And only 4 people have cleared this in total, so... Let's see, I will tell you that my reaction time is not good. And take my time learning things, so... We'll see how it goes. And that's going to be a twirl over here. Okay. I guess it's a jump and twirl over to Muncher? I'm not really... Oh, it's a spin jump. Okay. No. Spin jump is Z, though, so I assume that's a jump and twirl over to Muncher. That seems a little bit tight over to Muncher. We'll see. Everything else is just reading the ice momentum. Duck twirl, okay. Yeah, I wasn't clear on that, but I don't tend to read notation very well when it comes to this game. Partly because I don't play that many levels that have tons of indicators. Okay, that's just a little bit late. We can still do it, but I'd have to go a bit earlier. Duck twirl, though. I mean, if you're ducking, though... Oh, no, in the air, you mean. Like, duck, jump, and then twirl. I see, yeah. Duck, jump, and then twirl. Okay. You don't think there's notation for those types of jumps? Yeah. It's one of those things where I just need to figure it out on the fly. And like I said, I don't really believe in a lot of the notation anyway. I think that most obstacles that require notation can be designed in ways that don't require notation and still be fun, even if you have to nerf the difficulty a bit. I have to leave at a very different timing, though. And we still have to deal with 30 seconds of this in total. Almost made it that time, I just missed a twirl for whatever reason. And Mang, thank you once again for the level earlier. You have a good day yourself. We'll see you back here soon enough, I'm sure. And yeah, Dvatch, we'll see how cleanly I can get through the first room. 26 seconds through the door. Ah, okay, and it is going to be a reaction timing thing where... I feel like I had to go under that Muncher, though. On the seesaw. Oh, it's just a duck jump. You don't even need to twirl there. You might... that's 2 spaces over there. Okay, yeah. Still the same. Yeah, I see what's going on. That's the Munchers on a seesaws are kind of a half tile down. And yeah, see you around, Luca. Thank you once again for that level earlier. Okay, no, that's on the seesaw. Why did I think that had fallen off the seesaw earlier? I must have confused it with a different one, yeah.
Oh no!
Yeah, I can see why you were challenging to people in your description to beat it first try, given that the second segment looks like I'll have to depend a bit on memory there, just because of how quickly things are going to spawn from the blocks. So one guy had a death marker at the burner. I'm glad it wasn't me.
Oh no!
Oh, I see what you mean by randomization, because I see that there are the 3 different note blocks on each of those segments. No, let's take a look at that. Because you have the power-up rolling around on top, I haven't actually seen the spawning setup very closely. We might have to take a look at that. It is random, yeah.
Oh no!
Yeah, because it's based on the
Oh no!
acorn's behavior on spawn. And there's going to be enough input variance as you go through the door that
Oh
you won't necessarily be able to get that to trigger reliably. You'll probably never be able to get that to trigger reliably. Yeah. That's an interesting use of the acorn as a randomizer, in fact. I've seen a lot of randomizer mechanics in the course of playing this game, but having this sort of triple spawner mechanism is actually kind of neat. Sort of wish I'd seen it in a more approachable concept, in fact, in some ways. Well, that was a very lucky series of draws, but we'll have to do better than that.
Oh no!
The timer isn't tight at all. That's good news. Because I thought I'd seen like a 21-second record on this, which meant plenty of room.
Oh no!
So yeah, first segment here is just going to be the tutorial for how to react. I feel like being able to execute the jump over to Muncher consistently is going to be one of the harder things.
Oh no!
And the seesaw is only going to be activated when a Muncher drops off the left side block, just because of the seesaw placement.
Oh no!
Yeah, I was going at sliding speed over the piranhas because that was just fine. I feel like that's probably not enough speed to deal with the grounded Munchers.
Oh no!
Yeah, you actually do need maybe some running into that. However, everything is built over ice in such a way that maybe we can find a pattern that works.
Oh no!
I don't know, though. It feels like ice momentum isn't going to get me over, even with a duck twirl.
Oh no!
Yeah, when there is a Muncher spawning on the right side, I should just back up and take an extra second.
Oh no!
Because I find mechanically just getting over those is a little bit tricky.
Oh no! Oh no!
But we'll see. Cool idea for sure. I mean, it's just that the
Oh no!
jump over to single Muncher is quite a bit more difficult to execute than the other two.
Oh no!
Just given that it's much more sensitive to the speed that you're going at. on your way in.
Oh no! Oh no!
Ludwig, how are you still in? I mean, I haven't had a reason to clear you.
Oh no! Oh no!
But yeah, we'll see how much of the queue remains intact as we
Oh no!
get through the rest. Yeah, I feel like it would be a much more approachable level if it were just the first two types, honestly. Or if there were a third type that was somehow easier to work with.
Oh no!
Like, for example, if you had an extra tile of headroom, I think.
Oh no!
I know that would maybe trivialize some things by making the spin jump and the muncher equivalent, perhaps, but
Oh no!
there might be a way to make this work with different elements or differently sized elements that would give you a bit more headroom. Because I like the randomization idea. I think the randomization idea is very strong
Oh no!
in terms of sort of reacting quickly to the spawner. But I wonder if it's a concept that would translate better to something that gives you more headroom to play with. And yeah, an easy version might show off the concept very well, actually. I mean, I think it's a strong concept, like I was saying. But we'll have to see about actually executing this successfully.
Oh no!
Well, we made it a little ways in.
Oh no!
And yeah, criticism, like I said, Mario Maker is the main program I do here. I usually run viewer levels twice every weekend. I'll be taking a break from it for Metroid, but that shouldn't be too long a break, I don't think.
Oh no! Oh no!
And yeah, Devatch will see how much further I can get.
Oh no!
Major, welcome. And yeah, Major, I hope you've been doing well. And that the latest level in 6YMM has also been giving you tons of entertainment as the maker.
Oh no!
And yeah, Major, it's a randomizer speedrun. That's exactly what it is. And unfortunately, I'm not very good at getting over to single munchers.
Oh no!
It's a neat idea, I just have difficulty with the jumps themselves.
Oh no!
Spacing between elements is nice, I think. Like, the reaction time is very quick, but
Oh no!
you do have plenty of time to
Oh no!
at least anticipate what's coming next in terms of, you know, getting out of one element and just sort of putting that aside mentally before you have to think about the next one.
Oh no!
And yeah, my reaction time is also very poor. I'm a slow player in general. I like to take my time to read things. The timer is not tight, though. The world record is currently
Oh no!
21 seconds on a 30-second timer, and so there are places where you can just kind of slow down on the ice. Supernova randomization is only manipulable if your inputs are 100% consistent when you spawn in through a door or pipe. And I mean like 100% consistent. So I have seen a couple of levels, most famously one of the Tempest Funk escape rooms, of course, which are some of the most technically advanced levels in Mario Maker 2, that do take advantage of the fact that you can do RNG manipulation if you have like a totally consistent input upon your entry point. But because there is just enough variance introduced by the way that you get into this, like in terms of when you're making the jumps, you can't really count on getting a consistent result as a player. Like your jump timings pretty much have to be 100% consistent. So the times that I've seen RNG manipulation used in a deliberate way in this game, they've usually been in extremely controlled circumstances where the player is basically just locked into position. And yeah, Major, I don't know if you ever played it, but Tempest Funk just did a series of 5 escape rooms last year and kind of wrapped it up from there because they were a huge undertaking and they got very few plays, unfortunately. Simply because they are on the difficult side even for a lot of experienced escape room players. I did the whole set on stream. I did all 5 of them one week after another. Had a ton of fun with that, but even when I was playing it, there were very few clears. So, Supernova, holding right should make the first obstacle 100% consistent, but once your jump timings start running into some variance, I think that there are going to be some issues. And actually, I'm not sure about that, Supernova, because well, we'll see. I don't think it's affected by what happens before the door. I do think that doors and pipes do reset the RNG seed, but I'm not actually clear on that. I might be wrong about that, in fact, because I am holding right, and as you can see, we do still get the muncher spawn. So possibly the first segment does affect random seed. I don't remember that 100% for certain, though. But if I'm just dashing right immediately, yeah, I'm getting Piranha Plant, 3 Piranhas, 4 Piranhas. And then things are going to start changing up because of... Yeah, because once I'm past the first 2 or 3 acorns or so, the ones that are initially loaded, then my jump timings start affecting everything else that's going on. So as you can see, we got 2 Piranhas at the start. I think maybe that's reproducible, but after that, it wouldn't be. So yeah. And yeah, we're not getting the second thing consistent at all, so. Yeah, Blue Blur, if you're thinking about Lucky Draw, there actually still is an automated Super Mario Maker 1 stream that is just permanently a bot running Lucky Draw, which is the level that you're describing from Maker 1. Because you literally have no control over that level other than just running the randomizer. Partly because RNG did not work the same way in Maker 1. It was not input dependent. Whoops. Yeah. Anyway, it's a pretty fun concept devatch. I don't think I can get much further. We got through, I think, 5 or 6. I just want to see how many there are, in fact. Because we must have gotten through about 1/3 of the way. And yeah, I guess it's about 18 segments, I want to say, if I'm counting accurately. So we were nowhere even close, but obviously there were some segments where maybe I could have backed up or slowed down on the ice, but yeah, it would be interesting to see if you also get more mileage out of the random speedrun concept for various levels of difficulty. Thank you for submitting that. So yeah, for those who don't know what we were talking about with Lucky Draw, it is a Maker 1 level that consists of multiple Magikoopas, where not only must all of the Magikoopas in the sequence spawn coins, but all of the coins have to bounce in the correct direction. And that's the only way for gates to unlock properly, for you to auto-scroll across the level while pushed by a blaster and not get crushed. So it's literally 100% random, and there have been clears on it in the past, but people have been having great difficulty actually getting a proper live clear on video, because you pretty much just need to run a bot on that level until it happens. It's not really meant to be played, it's more like a concept demonstration. Anyway, this is second check for Greggy Spike, so if Greggy Spike does not check in due to having fallen asleep in a stream or something, we'll just move on. And that'll be fine, because we're going to run pretty late in this stream, I think. Blue Blur, who is definitely still here. Red coins are not required. Well, we'll try to get them anyway. Anyway, let's take a look at Sky Island. Okay, it's going to be a fairly gentle auto-scroll by the looks of it. Only 5 coins to deal with. Let's try to get back on pace with the auto-scroll. And we'll grab that, of course. 2 coins at checkpoint. Yeah, easiest to get that from checkpoint, I think, when we do have the mushroom. Oh, gotta be careful with that rocky wrench just coming out of nowhere. Would have totally missed that if we'd just not conveniently jumped on it. 5 coins THX 1138. And then we just have a little bonus room here. I feel like for a bonus like this, even for a fairly short and simple level, I would recommend having sound effects. Not too many, but you know, just enough to give the player a bit of a yay or some bonus music as they go in. You don't need to redo the level for that or anything. I'm just saying for future levels, you might want to consider that. It gives the reward a bit of extra punch. So, thank you for that, Blue Blur. Nice to do a short one for the first time this stream. Makes it look more realistic that I can get through the queue. CB Battle, if you are still here. Just looking at a chat list, I don't see CB Battle present, so this will be immediate skip if we see no check-in. And then next we will be checking for Ludwig. And yeah, Blue Blur, I find that you don't want to use sound effects too much. Sometimes you just need them to make zone transitions a little bit clearer, or just, you know, give rewarding signals to the player. You never need too many of them. I find that a lot of levels that use sound effects very well just use them extremely strategically in tiny handful of locations. And then that's what makes them noticeable, right? When there aren't too many of them crowding up the whole level. Oh, I forgot to actually do remove. Let's remove CB battle. Who is not here? Let me make sure my warp world in the back end is actually working out, and then we'll punch in Ludwig's code after that. So who knows? Maybe we can get through the queue. We did have to have a couple of dropouts, but we had a very lengthy start today with the first few submissions. Okay, Ludwig, what are you requesting today? Would you like to see a specific level, or... Okay, the latest one, which is Boom Boom Lift Tower 1-3. Your first tower level. And yeah, that's very true, Blue Blur. That's Ludwig's user handle on Twitch has already anticipated Mario Maker 7. Okay. One up over here, and looks like we'll just be taking some bones up. Up the lift. Yeah, pretty nice spacing on this so far. And we'll grab the acorn. The acorn, of course, will give me the 10 coin as a boost over here. We will ascend. Pipe on the left side. Obviously, we'll check for a block. I wonder if there was maybe a second block beyond that, but maybe the pipe is exit only. Yeah, probably an exit from this zone here. It's sort of interesting how the green pipe would encourage you to check that vine location, though. Okay. Just a mushroom there, but we found it, so works for me. And bounce on top of this guy. Checkpoint over here, and then we'll check what's going on with this. This is going to be the first thing available after checkpoint. I don't know if it's progressive, but for now we'll have an acorn. Sure, we'll go for the 10 coin. No particular reason not to. Yeah, pretty generous with the power-ups, which is nice. In terms of the intended difficulty tuning, I suppose. Plenty of opportunity to fly your way up. Yeah, the acorn suit in a vertical ascent like this would make it pretty interesting for speedrunners, in fact. Okay, pretty straightforward Boom Boom encounter, like it's in an SMP3 Fortress, of course. Pop them 3 times and you are out of there. And yeah, the spacing actually is fairly close to what you would see in a lot of the traditional Mario games. I think it has a very familiar feel to it in terms of how much room you have to be making the jumps and the density of enemies. So not surprised that you would have the 50%-ish clear rate on this. And for something that has that high a clear rate, it is pretty reasonably engaging. So thank you for that. Okay, Supernova sent in SD's code, if I remember. You see, Ludwig, you joke about Nova being AFK, but there actually was at least one occasion where Nova fell asleep while in the queue for my stream. That's okay, SD is here, so given that Nova submitted on her behalf, we'll play an SD level anyway. And SD, I suppose you'll... yeah, Supernova, obviously, as the person who queued, you are free to make the request. If not, I'll just assume that SD is going to say the usual thing about playing the most recent one that I haven't played. So, yeah, Supernova, I guess, technically speaking, you get first pick, but we'll play the Runaway Ski Lift. 20 seconds. And Nugukaza, you polished and uploaded a tutorial win level? Yeah. Glad the playtest was useful. Don't lose the ski lift if you want to escape the mountain. Not to leak anything, SD, but new Supernova level, I heard a rumor that he might be doing something with Yoshi, but that's not a hint to anything. I just vaguely recall something like that. And for all I know, I'm thinking of the previous Yoshi level that he made for your gigantic birthday cake. Oh, this is for Paparazzi's contest, I guess. It took me a moment to understand reading that handle. And, oh, you get bumped right away. Okay, that... is the level's way of telling you to go, 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 I guess. Oh, I see. Switch over there and then down a slope. Oh, you know what? I think... So Paparazzi actually rated my stream yesterday, and at that point, I asked, okay, so how is your stream going? And Paparazzi was saying, well, I ran a contest, and there was only one submission to the contest. And so now that cliffhanger has been resolved. So, you know, gradually when people show up to my stream on various nights throughout the week, we managed to stitch together a bit of network narrative or lore about what's going on in the Maker community. We want to bounce on that directly, probably. And Supernova says, you changed the Yoshi idea. Okay. I'm sure you'll come up with more. I mean, Supernova, the YMM puzzles are some of the most accessible puzzles around, and yes, I include the Four Wings Mega Puzzles in that. And so the people who dislike those puzzles are people who I think just dislike puzzles generally. And some of them might claim otherwise. They might say, oh, I like puzzles, but not this one. But in those cases, I don't think those people actually like puzzles. And that's just naturally going to happen when something specific like the puzzle style in this game reaches an audience that might go out of their way to avoid it. Like, I mean, there's this one guy, right? If you know Atten A, who's a very friendly streamer with a boisterous laugh, but he outright says, I will never play puzzles, like never submit me puzzles, and he skips every puzzle. And at least he knows what his own boundaries are. But a lot of players don't necessarily, and they'll just sort of rule out puzzles right away. Because it was not the reason that they signed up to play this game, but they also don't have some kind of established principle against it just from lack of experience, and I find it unfortunate. I think that the way I would describe Super Mario Maker 2 is that, like, for all of its occasional flaws with some of the issues that we have with the engine and with Nintendo's management of it and so on, it is one of the best puzzle games I have ever played. Because the puzzle element of it is all about knowing... Well, I mean, unless you're playing cryptographic things like escape rooms and such. A lot of it is about knowing how the editor works, like how doors and pipes work and how objects behave and the limitations on what you can do with the camera and the layout, etc. And I think part of the issue is that you have a large number of players who may be very good at platforming elements of playing the game, but who have rather poor editor knowledge, and if you're not accustomed to thinking about levels from the perspective of the editor, a lot of puzzles that are otherwise fairly basic are going to give you a hard time. Blue did I finish the... It was actually a 3D world, a desert puzzle yesterday, and it was 3 puzzles in one. It was actually a 5-part level that consisted of 1 platforming segment, 3 puzzles, and 1 boss, and yes, I finished it. It took me 3 hours to do, but I finished it. It took me 1 hour to do Funk's puzzle, it took me 1 hour to do Bird Dog's puzzle. Somewhat less than that to do Krakowski's puzzle, because it was actually fairly straightforward. But yes, I finished it. It was extremely rewarding. It might actually be the best Boomerang level I've played in this game. SDGML, because the point of that level was to be a collaboration. It was a 5-maker collaboration that was made specifically for Street Rat. And Street Rat is one of the few streamers in this game who is equally great at platforming on puzzles, and really enjoys both of them. And so it was specifically made as this mega level that was a dedicated project. And yeah, Blue Blur, I mean, given the puzzles in that level, 3 hours was not unreasonable, I don't think. There were very few clears on it. The only clears on it other than the makers themselves were Street Rat and Majestic Acorn, who's another puzzle streamer who's very much a puzzle specialist. Blue Blur in this game, because you can't just download courses and look at them in the editor, for a collab level, the makers have to design things separately, but one of them has to copy what is done onto their own profile. We should acknowledge the raid from Cannibal Turtle, coming in with a party of 7. Cannibal Turtle, I hope Super Mario World was going well today. I assume that that was a ROM hack. Simply because most Super Mario World streams are. But do tell me what's been going on the ROM hack side, and whether you've been playing anything particularly interesting. And yeah, there's a pretty tight-knit puzzle community that hangs out on some of the puzzle streams, and they have a fair bit of overlap here as well. Like, I see a lot of them come by to my stream for obvious reasons. And Spirit Wolf, welcome as well. Thank you for bringing people with you on the Turtle Raid. Always appreciate recommendations like that. Likewise, when Supernova, I think, recommended a Roiru raid over here yesterday, and very grateful for that as well. Oh, Cannibal Turtle, you're playing Super Mario World on the Switch. Okay. Like in the Switch Online service, or? I wasn't clear on that. It's just that Twitch told me your last known category was Super Mario World. Yeah, on the Nintendo Switch Online. Oh, doing the two-player mode, I see. Well, I hope that was a blast. Yeah, I mean, I guess technically the multiplayer in that game is just a lot of turn-taking, but hopefully the two of you got a decent amount of time in. Yeah, I did replay all of Super Mario World. The last time I did it, that was last year. And I hadn't looked at it in a long, long time, and I just sort of casually decided to dip in there for a standard completionist 96 exit run. And it was really nice to revisit it after such a long time off. I replayed a pretty good chunk of the Super Nintendo library last year, in fact. And up we go. Whoops. Oh, okay, it was Spirit Wolf doing all the work. Well, that's okay, as long as you have a good dynamic going there. But yeah, you've been playing a lot of this game, you definitely notice all the ways in which the Super Mario World rules and physics are dramatically different from how they're represented in Mario Maker, where everything is sort of this compromise that is principally built around the physics in NSMBU. Partly because everything is also built to the widescreen ratio here in Mario Maker. Okay, that's kind of nice. And through we go. You got a Twilight Princess manga today. Interesting. Just out of the library, or did you acquire it as, I guess it might be an older publication, depending on when it was released? And thank you for that, SD and Supernova, for recommending SD's code once again and giving her an extra slot today. And yeah, I guess the ski lift ran away. But we skied after it just fine, hitting every icicle along the way. And Cannibal Turtle, you've done Link to the Past Randomizer, which was fun. Yeah, I was poking around with that on my end offline a little while ago, and I realized, wow, I don't remember Link to the Past well enough to play this, and so I just replayed Link to the Past. St. Lantis, you are definitely here, so let's put you in. Yeah, the extra push at the beginning of the level is a bit of a clear rate deflator, but you know. Lantis, I have played Forbidden Lake of Truth before, but I'm perfectly willing to play a different one. I think I pulled it up manually at one point when I was just doing levels by makers who were involved in YMM. So Lantis, these are ones I haven't done. I haven't done some of these. Yeah, just to fill in the list here, we can do Wii U Find Me. Wii U Find Me. Quite nice. Oh, and you've got the thumbnail image with the Wii U gamepad and everything. So I actually recently managed to complete the quest to reunite my Wii U gamepad, my Wii U AC adapter, and my copy of Super Mario Maker. This was more difficult than I would like to describe. It did require me to locate these objects in separate boxes in separate locations, and may or may not have required some travel across the country to a remote storage unit. But I did eventually recover the Wii U, which is where I've been playing. I was playing Metroid Zero Mission on it earlier this week because I used my Wii U as a Game Boy Ultra. But my point is that, as I have wanted to do for a very long time, Mario Maker 1 streams may in fact happen. And I've really been looking forward to doing it, because there's a lot of Mario Maker 1 content I want to show off, and also some things that I have never played before because I didn't know the makers at the time. These things on the side here look more like Switch Joy-Cons, but well... They totally are Joy-Cons, look at this. They definitely are Joy-Cons. They're the right colors, they're separate, you see the buttons on either side. And yeah, Blue Blur, I completely intend, after 6YM is over and after Metroid Dread, I will probably start doing some Maker 1 streams. A lot of the mechanics in it are different, so if I'm doing puzzles in Maker 1, I'll have to learn a lot of stuff from scratch again, because I just don't remember it. Anyway, got coins over here, like, oh, it looks like a Wii remote and a nunchuck, if you look at this. It totally is a Wii remote and a nunchuck, with the bumper here acting as an analog stick. Yes, Blue Blur, I'm actually intending to, 2 weeks from now, I will be taking a break from viewer levels to run Metroid Dread. So next week I will be doing viewer levels at the usual time again, but the week after that I will almost certainly be running Metroid instead, because that will take precedence. This looks like a location I can fly over, but why would I want to drop the donut blocks over the thwomp, I wonder? Check the panorama afterwards. Yeah, for sure. Oh, you can go through the thwomp if you keep the star. I missed my opportunity to do so. I actually kind of want to restart to do that, because I now see that I can kill the thwomp. Okay, so no, they're not actually Joy-Cons, they're Wii remotes, and you know that because I'm looking at this now and I see very clearly that they are the colored Wii remotes. Especially once we saw the nunchuck, that made it extremely clear. So, after all, we are looking for the Wii U, and it is only the Wii remotes that are compatible with that. Okay. Anyway, going to punch the nunchuck cable over here. And then we can fly our way up. And then I'm going to attempt to get through the thwomp so we can go through the pipe. And, well, this part here looks much more like a Nintendo Switch. Despite the aspect ratio, of course, being a little less than widescreen. If you hit the P switch, then you get to collect all of these. I'm just trying to visualize what this screen is then. Oh, that's interesting. One up. I see. Oh, and we'd want to get over this quickly. Let's climb down over here. Fire Flower, okay. We've lost the power of flight, but... Ah, the goal is buried there. We're not going there yet. I want to explore a little further. Oh, I suppose this is the standard route if we don't come in through everywhere else, and that's where the Wii U gamepad is located. And that's the Pro Controller. You know, it's sort of an odd thing to say in the year 2021, but I had actually been trying to see if I could acquire a Wii U Pro Controller, which I never owned. Because they're extremely lightweight, and they famously have an incredible battery life. Like, they have something like 80 hours on a full charge. And I currently get a lot of use out of my Switch Pro Controller, but the Switch Pro Controller actually has a little bit of stick drift to it. And I'm constantly kind of moving it back and forth between my Switch and my PC. Ah, yes, this was the segment where we went up the swamp pipe earlier. There was a second entry. No, it wasn't a second entry. That was just a P-switch. So I've been looking into potentially acquiring Wii U Pro Controller, but as you can imagine, it's actually kind of spiked up in the secondary market. It's not very affordable. And I really wouldn't be using it for much other than... Well, no, I mean, I'd probably be using it as a PC controller more than anything, but... Should have just gotten one in the first place when a Wii U was still a very active system. Oh, and I guess it is compatible with the Switch as well, isn't it? Although it wouldn't have things like the capture button, which is half the reason I used a Pro Controller. So yeah, let's take a look at the thumbnail. We totally didn't find Yoshi. I think we need to go back and find Yoshi. We need to go back and find Yoshi. We're not done with this. Ah, with the 8BitDo adapter, I see. That makes sense. So, we see 3 Joy-Cons. We see a Joy-Con with a nunchuck. We see a whole bunch of pipes that are possibly worth checking, as well as the face at the end. And we didn't find Yoshi. But... what did I possibly not check? Let's go back. And criticism, as Lattice just said, that's what the 8BitDo Bluetooth controller adapter. So it doesn't just natively connect to the Switch 5 Bluetooth. I hadn't really used the Fire Flowers anywhere. Yeah, Blue Blur, unfortunately, the stream does have to end at some point. I think the longest I've ever run a stream must have been like 8 hours or so. There was one Mario Maker stream last year, I think, where I probably ran it for about 8 hours. Like I said, I'm just not able to run super long streams like that anymore because I encounter too much risk of interruption. I feel like the P-switch has got something to do with it. But we'll search around a bit and we'll see. Cape gets you to so many places that... I mean, we can check every pipe as well. Just going to clear out some room ahead of time. It might also be just activating the P-switch and doing something with the bit on the top right that is made of the turn blocks. Oh, there was that other question block on the right side of the controller. I don't know if we ever did anything with that. Oh, whoops. Just missing this repeatedly. Okay, so much for the P-switch idea. Speaking of interruptions, give me one moment, please. Okay, looking for Yoshi, as I was saying earlier on. I haven't actually caught up on some of the speculation in the chat, but we'll see. There's the Wii U over here. We didn't really check under the Wii U, did we? And let's head over here. Oh, and this was the block that we didn't poke around with. That's just a one-up. You think I missed 3 of those green pipes? Oh, you mean the ones that were where the plants were? Yeah. I never checked this either, like whether that pipe can be entered. And we know that if we came through here with the P-switch active, then most of this can be destroyed. It doesn't seem like it opens up any kind of entrance for me, though. I think the P-switch route is going to be necessary. But... oh, that's interesting. There's a hammer at the end. Or sledge. Yeah, it looks like that piranha is permanently parked on the outside of that pipe. I feel like it is enterable if we grab the cape over here, whip it, and fly up towards it. Lantis is telling me that Yoshi is on the lower right, huh? Well... oh, I guess we didn't get the cape because I started from checkpoint. Well, we can check more pipes.
Splish.
And thank you for the follow. Well, let's see what you were saying earlier about the lower right, before we get too adventurous about that pipe on a P-switch route. I feel like that's the only thing that really looks like a secret route that we've seen so far, though. And so... that would remove all the blasters from top. And then we would be able to drop into the right side, in fact. Okay. I understand that. Oh, lower right of the standby screen earlier. Yeah, I know what you mean. Nothing to do with the level, just Yoshi waddling around to give you all assurance that your video hasn't just frozen. I still think that the cape is the best idea we've had, though. Maybe I should check that pipe under the piranha after all. The last one, I mean. Whoops. Let's get a mushroom before we go back to this power-up, then, if this is going to be the cape. And we'll just go back and forth. And hunt around some more. Whoops. Okay, let's just start over. Nope. Getting slightly sloppy with it, but... we'll take a look. I mean, also as Super Mario, I can bust through a lot of this stuff. In theory, there's no reason to do it that I can see, though. Like, a lot of these blocks... okay, they're solid. Cape could spin those turn blocks in a first controller, yeah, but that doesn't reveal any kind of passageway, right? Unless something is supposed to spawn an egg. We'll see. I still think the Cape route is not just a one-up. Like, it's the most secret-like thing that we've discovered so far. Of course, we haven't figured out how to enter the Wii U itself. Yeah, we'll grab the cable over here. Give it a stomp. Take the star over to the thwomp. Over to the thwomp. Come on. Did we even check these? Okay. Just making sure. Seems like the kind of thing I would be likely to miss. Let's buy as much time as we can with the P-switch. And let's take the donut blocks down, in fact. Nothing. Oh, okay. Alright, nothing off the note blocks then. That's unfortunate. Well, let's grab the clear because we're going to redo this anyway. No, I feel like the... If you're thinking about the Cape, the Piranha Plant to the left of the exit from the bonus room is one pipe that I definitely have not checked. Okay. Over here. And yeah, might as well. And back up. One thing that we also haven't considered is doing much in the way of up throwing with these guys. I haven't been looking for throwing targets. That could always be relevant. Might be a much easier way of taking out the Piranha at the end, in fact, instead of trying to whip it with the Cape or something. Okay, so we'll take the nunchuck. And we'll look carefully for things we could potentially whip. Yeah, I still think this is really promising. Just a P-switch in general. Because what if we still have a star at this point? We don't want to go down. We could potentially blow up some of this stuff. Nope. Ah, because you can see from the P-switch that not all of these blocks will go down anyway. Let's not get hit by fire. What we'll do is... we don't have a small Goomba here. Let's try to find a small one. Or we can just whip this guy directly. And then I'm going to attempt to fly up to that pipe. There actually isn't much in the way of flight locations, though, as you can see here. Difficult to get any kind of takeoff towards it. Maybe a spin jump on top of one of these guys. Might be a difficult flight pattern. Could be inside the Wii U. We just haven't thought about that very carefully. So you have all of this stuff here. And yeah, let's just think about it very carefully. Nope, try to get some momentum to... just move this guy over. What was I been doing this? Oh, I don't even need it to kill the Piranha anymore. I wanted to just get some flight in general, in fact. Although a spin jump location would help as well, obviously. Hang on. Yeah, let's just try to get more flight somehow. Nope, not with that. Maybe. Nope. Almost aimed that correctly, just slowed down a bit much at the end. And yeah, a little bit difficult to aim that. Let's see here. Whoops. Nope. Accidentally hitting up as I rock that back and forth. Hang on. Let's just run at ground level. We got this previously. Alright, not sure why that's failing on me now, but why don't we just dash directly from this side? No. You know what? We can also just do a spin. Well, we could reposition on this end. Nope, it's not going to get me over. It's positioned in such a way that it's actually quite difficult to enter that pipe. So I wonder if that's even going to be it, given that we don't really have an easy way to execute that. That's okay, we should think about a different idea, I think. We had checked this. It's a mystery. I don't know, it looks like a flight location, but it's really difficult to hit as a flight location. I wonder if there's something else I needed to do, like maybe just a spin off a big Goomba there. And Jamie the one and only, I've been doing alright. And yeah, I was off last week. Which, in streaming terms, feels like an eternity. But we're back. We're playing a lot of good levels today, so... Oh, you know what? That almost made it. And I don't think it's anything. I think that pipe was just a way to make the Piranha Plant look nice. So, unfortunately, no Yoshi. Maybe we should check the beginning of the level, too. Take a look at that turn block set up early on. See if there's anything else I've missed. Like in this lower level here, look at all those vines. That's okay, we'll check some of this stuff. Nothing with the nunchucks. Did we ever check the left side of the nunchuck? Over here? That's where I came down initially. I checked the blocks at the beginning. I've not checked that yet. I Was thinking of returning there with a cape. I just didn't do that successfully. And yeah, I know I'm about to time out. We'll do a quick restart anyway. What about over here? No, that's just a way up. At the beginning. Whoops. But yeah, a lot of those blocks seemed like they were impenetrable, so... I mean, don't know that for a fact. And... yeah, no worries, Spirit Wolf. No disturbance whatsoever. That was entirely on me. Some kind of spatial clue that I might be missing. I really feel like the P-switches are still very suspicious. Like if there's some kind of spawn block that's going on, or something else involving all those blasters. Like, this is just much too suspicious. I don't know if it's going to be the only way over, but suppose we take the P-switch... Oh, I was thinking of going back up this way, like going back up this pipe. Yeah, Blue Blur, if I hit the P-switch and go back to the beginning, I was thinking that I won't have time to do it. But it would reveal which blocks are actually coins, which ones aren't. Welcome back, Meg. Hope you enjoyed wherever you went off to. We're just looking for Yoshi right now. So top level over there has... oh, look at this guy. Yes, that's it. That's what it is. The Thwomp destroyed the Wii U. Hopefully the Thwomp doesn't destroy Yoshi. Okay, the Thwomp destroyed Yoshi. Well, we found Yoshi, so that was a moral victory. I feel like we need to safely claim Yoshi. We're going to do it. And you knew it was in a Wii U. Yeah, I just didn't know how that was going to work because I hadn't thought about those blocks that were placed over the Wii U as the potential spawn block. I knew it was something to do with the P-switch, and I just didn't know what kind of location we were trying to reveal. But I guess looking over the Wii U should, in retrospect, have been one of the more obvious things to do thematically. Let's go back and destroy the Wii U again. Yeah, poor Yoshi. I mean, we found Yoshi. I guess that was the only objective, but maybe keeping him alive should be part of the challenge here, so... Because, yeah, we found the secret route there right away. It was not difficult. Just understanding what else to do with the P-switch, that was the main thing I needed to sort out. We also don't want to accidentally kill the Thwomp if I still have the star active, which I won't. Star should run out, yeah, right about now. That's okay. Don't need a cape. Okay. Made it out just in time. And you know what? You can't take Yoshi out with you anyway. Or can you? No, we're going to try it with the jump blocks. No, you actually can't. Yes, you can. What am I talking about? Use the Thwomp elevator. Okay, there we go. Now we've done this properly. Okay, thank you for that, Lantis. I'm glad we saw it properly. Okay, if Ravel MX is still here, I think we're going to close with that. Just going to wait for it to check in. And if not, I don't see Revel MX listed in the chat. If not, we're just going to call it for this stream. Usually Revel MX is a co-op maker who sends me co-op levels that have a one-player route. At some point I want to showcase some of the co-op modes. But yeah, I'm pretty happy with our progress today. We actually kept things under a reasonable time despite the very slow start, mostly because a bunch of people had to leave due to how long I was taking, but good enough. So once again, viewer levels will return tomorrow, so don't worry, Blue Blur, you won't be orphaned by your streaming family. Thank you for joining me for the queue today and submitting levels and also putting up with the occasional interruptions. But thankfully we managed to recover from that every time and didn't have to cancel the stream or anything to receive more confidential information from the FBI.